Computer, initiate set review. Fresh and buds now.
Fresh and
All right, folks, welcome back to yet another episode of Fresh and Buds. I'm your host, Tommy Fresh, and you are all my buds. And today it is time to do yet another set review of the new set coming out this weekend, Compendium of Rathe, a supplemental set, supposedly having something for everybody. So we're going to get into that. We'll see how true that rings. But it is going to be just me. Hang on tight. It's going to be a good time. We're going to settle in, pour yourself some tea, some coffee, whatever you prefer to drink while you're listening to this. Or if you're in the car, on the bus, riding your bike, be careful. How about that? But this is going to be fun. I'm excited about this set. This will be the first like real look I give it, right? So a lot of these are going to be reactionary ratings, but you know, I've been paying attention to spoiler season, of course, and it looks to be like a banger. Now, this is a classic constructed set review. A lot of these cards are not for Silver Age, but like definitely designed for Silver Age. So I'll keep that in mind. I don't know enough about the Silver Age format right now. We've only just had our first calling, you know, with this format happening, you know, not like the post beta, you know, version of whatever that format's going to be. So it's going to be mostly classic constructed focus, but I'll make comments about Silver Age stuff as I see fit. Now, the rating system, this is important. Number one, best rating you can get is a Fresh to Death. These are cards like Overcrowded, Shelter from the Storm. These are like format staples, right? They tend to come in Majestic at, you know, for like the generics, and you know, there can be some class cards or talent cards that can slip into this as well. I think of a card like Channel Lake Frigid is a good example. You know, not that that's legal in Classic Constructed anymore, but who knows? I mean, it is legal, but we don't have any ice heroes. Sorry. Got them in Silver Age, but you can't play the channel. But that is the number one rating, followed by Fresh. These are just good deck cards, right? So, like, you know, you're going to get some good equipment here, you know, stuff that's going to, like, really pull its weight in a deck. I would think of like a deck I've been playing a lot, RKO. I think of like Outside Interference, right? Not totally broken and like, you know, warping the format whatsoever, but it is certainly really good in that deck, and it leads to some great plays. After that, we have Stale. These are kind of like not too powerful, but, you know, you're fine with putting it in the deck. It kind of feels a little bit like Draft Chaff, right? I look at a deck like Syndra, right, where it feels like there's a lot of just, you know, it's just 0 for 3s, right, with Go Again. Where, like, on their own, they feel more like a Stale. You're not like, you would prefer a better version of that card to be in the deck, but you're settling for it. And that's how it's going to go. So, looking forward, after that, we have Rotten. These are cards that I don't think are really that good for Classic Constructed. Maybe have some potential down the line. And then, you know, we will see how they kind of develop. But as it stands, they'll be Rotten. And then after that, we have, you know, like a sideboard grade, right? You know, like it can be any of those grades, but destined for the sideboard. I look at maybe like Gravekeeping is like a sideboard, high, stale, low, fresh, right? You know, it could have been better. I will say that. But let's get into it. Compendium of Rathe, supplemental set. We're going to talk about all these cards. And of course, we're starting with the best class in the game. That is Brute. And we have Mandible Claw's replacement, Savage Claw. This is a brute weapon, claw, one-handed, attacks for 3, and it has action, pay 2 resources, tap it, attack. If a card with 6 or more was pitched to attack with this, the attack gets +1. So, this is definitely a downgrade from Mandible Claw, notably the lack of go again. So, I like this for a couple of reasons. I look at this, I'm like, okay, the design of the class is going towards, pitching these 6s and stuff like that. We have plenty of cards that are kind of about that right now in the game, and it seems to be where it's headed. So I don't mind that for the class overall, although right now it feels like a really weak replacement. And likely KO Armed and Dangerous will be LLing like in the first couple of weeks, maybe the first weekend of the incoming PQ season. So I would say, with that being said, it is kind of stale. I would like to see more support for it in the future, but right now it's just, what's it doing, right? Like RKO's probably going to play it, right? Because sometimes it'll be 4, which is good, right? Like I think, RKO having that option is nice because RKO I think does play to like a club style of game, right? But can't run club because only has 1 arm. So I'm going to go stale for now. It could get better. Moving on, we have, and it seems like there's going to be a lot of these Silver Age destined equipment pieces. So first we have Buzzard Helm. This is the brute equipment headpiece at rare, blocks for 1, has temper. When this defends, draw a card and then discard a random card. If a card with 6 or more is discarded this way, this gets +1 this turn. Listen, I'm gonna say it. This is not for Classic Constructed. This is a Silver Age card. That being said, it's probably it's. I don't think it's better than Monstrous Veil for Rhinar. And I mean, I guess KO Armed and Dangerous. This always blocks 2, but we want to play Scowling Fleshbag. So I'm gonna say low stale because it does something in Silver Age, but it is not cutting the mustard in Classic Constructed. Predatory Plating, though, is an interesting one. So this is a brute equipment chess piece that blocks for 2 at rare, has guard well. So when the combat chain closes, if this defended, put a -1 counter on it equal to its defense. Instant, destroy this, gain 1 resource, activate this only if you control a card with 6 or more. I kind of like this. I don't know if I've seen it in action in Silver Age, but I don't know if it's going to be better than like a Tunic or a Savage Sash. But it is interesting. I'm going to give it a solid stale because I like that it is a card that you don't have to buy the KO Armory deck to replace or try to get the Savage Sash. So you can get this card for relatively cheap. So it's still giving you a resource and blocking 2. And Savage Sash probably on average will generate you maybe 2 resources the turn it pops. But sometimes it's only just 1. So I think that this could be a fine replacement if need be. The only downside is you don't have the option to block again like you would with Savage Sash. So I think a solid stale there. After that, we have Skira Strapping. Brute equipment arm piece, 0 block, and it is rare. If you've pitched a card with 6 or more this turn, this gets Spell Void 3. This is a good sideboard card. I would say this is like a sideboard fresh, because you're pitching into your Arcane Barrier. This turns on. It's a nice way to kind of just really blank a lot of arcane damage, especially if you're in a position where they're really trying to go over the top, like go really tall with the arcane. So I like this at a sideboard fresh. I like this card a lot. I think that this is a really cool design, and I'm excited to see how often it's going to be in sideboards. I mean, the reality is how often are we going to have wizards that are going to require this? I think, as long as Verdance is around, I don't know about Acilio ever really requiring this. I think you're almost better off with maybe just some arcane barrier. But maybe we get some kind of Kano replacement down the line. So big fan of this. And then we get a functional reprint here in Shamanic Shinbones, Brute Equipment Legs, blocks for 0 and has Arcane Barrier 1. It's just no rune boots, so it's as good as that will ever be. Moving on into the Majestics, though. Reckless Arithmetic. This is a blue, 1 cost, 1 attack, Brute attack action card at Majestic that blocks for 3. Not great rate right there, but when this attacks, roll a 6-sided die. This gets plus X, where X is the number rolled. Okay. Worst this is a blue 1 for 2. Best it is a blue 7 for... Yeah. 1 for 7. Sorry. This is clearly a RKO card, though. This is going to do great work in RKO. It's a good blue that doesn't require some booing. It just does the thing. Sure. Are you going to roll 1 sometimes and only turn it into 7 anyway? Yeah. But I think it's still good. It's a blue, block 3. I'm going to give this a solid fresh for RKO specifically. And, I'll be interested to see how that deck is going to look, especially post Mandible Claw. Ooh, almost skipped one here, but next is Lay Down the Challenge. This is a yellow 0 cost Majestic Brute non-attack action that blocks for 3. Intimidate target hero, then if they have more cards in hand than you, draw a card. Go again. So this feels like a meat axe card, right? Because you can block a little bit, do this, intimidate the hero, draw a card, and you're cooking, right? I like this a lot. You have to make sure that you're drawing a card to really make this work. But if on the worst kind of scenario for this is whatever, I block with it, or I get the last card out of their hand with it and I attack for a lot. So I like this card. I think it depends. I don't know if they want kind of a yellow bellow deck to really be the sauce, but this could really be something. I do think it can. So I'm going to give it a tentative low fresh and hope to see some really cool brews with it because it is really neat. Next we have Rip Off the Top, which is a yellow 1 cost Brute non-attack action that blocks for 2. It's at rare. Draw a card, then pitch a random card from your hand. If it has 6 or more, your next attack this turn gets plus 3. Go again. The attack doesn't get go again. This has go again. So this one's interesting, right? You draw a card, right? You pitch 1. Or whatever, pitch a blue, and then you can... I think this might be a tough nut card, right? This feels like it could just be an easy just plus 3. And, right, because you can leave this as the last card in hand, activate Tough Nut, play Rip Off the Top, pitch whatever you get, and then you're most likely going to have enough resources for rock. You're sending in 10. I like it. I don't know if it's that good. I don't really like the block 2 aspect of this card. So I'm going to give this a high stale. And we'll see how it goes. All right, into the commons for Brute. We have the Rainbow of Aggressive Pounce. This comes in all 3 colors. Although I think the red is going to be the only important one here. This is a 2 cost common brute attack action card that attacks for 6 and blocks for 3. It's a 6. That's important. This is at the red. If you've intimidated an opponent this turn, this gets go again. I love this. This is like such an easy slot in for Rhinar and makes your Bellows way more potent. Your Blood Rush Bellows even more potent, right? You draw into this after you Blood Rush Bellow. You're really cooking. I think this is a solid fresh, and I think that they want Rhinar, to be a top tier deck, right? And I don't know. This could be a conversation for a different episode, but you make Rhinar good enough, you can kind of, prevent like block slop, right? So we'll see. We'll see. This is a solid fresh to me. Followed by Bear Hug, which comes in all 3 colors. This is also a common slot rainbow. And this is the red I'm going to read. 2 cost, 7 attack, brute attack action card, 3 block. That was really sloppy. Sorry. It is a 2 cost brute attack action card with 7 attack and 3 block at common. Play this only if you've pitched a card with 6 or more this turn. I like this at the yellow probably the most, right? This can be pretty solid yellow in like Club Tough Nut, but the red is also quite good. 2 for 7 if you can do it pretty often. That blocks 3. I'm a big fan of that. So this is like a low fresh. I don't think it's like really reinventing the wheel or anything for the brute class, but it is an interesting card nonetheless, and pretty funny art as well. Moving on to Guardian, we have a new Guardian weapon. Shield Beater is a majestic weapon. Guardian one-handed hammer, and it blocks for 5. No, it doesn't block for 5. It attacks for 5. And it has action. Pay 4 resources and tap it to attack. Cards you own name Visit Anvilheim get go again. So, if you're playing Visit Anvilheim, I think that this is a no-brainer. It's a one-handed hammer, so you get to have access to, Rampart. I don't, as a non-Guardian player, I don't know if this might just be better than Titan's Fist. It doesn't have the upside of being able to Titan's Fist whenever, though. So, that being said, I think that it is okay. maybe it's the real sauce, but I'm going to give it like a high stale, low fresh based on how badly you want to play Visit Anvilheim. But we'll see. We'll see. Next, we have a functional reprint, Enclosed Firemind. We have a couple of these. It's Guardian Equipment Headpiece. Block 0 has Arcane Barrier 1. That's Null Rune Hood. It's about as good as that will ever be. But Magmatic Carapace is definitely new. Not a reprint. This is a Guardian Equipment Chess Piece at rare that blocks for 2. And it has Guardwell. Whenever you play an aura, you may tap this and pay 1. If you do, create a Seismic Surge token. Seems pretty good to me. You don't have to give up the Magmatic Carapace, and you can create multiple Seismic Surge tokens throughout the game. Is it better than the other chess piece, the legendary that I'm blanking on the name? No, I don't think so. But it's a fine option, and for that reason, I think it's going to an optimistic stale. We'll say it's good in Silver Age, though. I know that for a fact. Next is Volcanic Vice, which is a Guardian Equipment arm piece at rare, blocks for 0. If you created a Seismic Surge this turn, I was expecting the token. This gets Spell Void 3. I think this is quite good, but the interesting thing is like how much instant speed seismic surges are you going to create? I think or at least on your opponent's turn, it can happen. It's not crazy. This is a little bit harder, I think, than the brute one, but I think as a good sideboard option nonetheless. Like, I could definitely see this being like a sideboard low fresh. And then finally, in the rare equipment slot, we have Basalt Boots. Guardian equipment legs that block for 1 has temper. If you control Seismic Surge token, this gets +1. Now, this is interesting. I think it's better than Civic Steps in a lot of decks. If you're creating Seismic Surges, you just play this instead. It's essentially the same thing without the downside of the Quicken token. So I like these. I'm going to give them actually a solid fresh. If you're making Seismic Surges, which, you know, Valda is, and I guess Bravo kind of is too. So Assault Boots, not bad. Not sure. I'm still confused about the functional reprints happening, but yeah, it's cool. It's cool nonetheless. You get some new art and stuff like that. Probably a Silver Age thing. Next, we have Seismic Shift. This is the Majestic. This is a red 0-cost Guardian non-attack action at Majestic that blocks 3. As an additional cost to play this, tap X Seismic Surge tokens you control. Destroy X target aura tokens, go again. Okay. This is an answer to like a Rune Chant OTK. This dunks on fealties. So this is like a sideboard fresh, I think. Funny enough, we haven't really got any fresh deaths so far, but that's all right. I think we'll get some. This is like definitely a sideboard fresh though. This is going to come in a lot of matchups because aura tokens continue to be important, but you are tied into the Seismic Surge thing, so that is another caveat with this card. After that, we have Sense Weakness, which is a blue 3-cost Guardian non-attack action at Majestic that blocks 3. Your next Guardian attack this turn gets +1, Dominate, and when this hits a hero, deal damage to all allies they control. All allies they control to the damage dealt this way. So this is kind of like, for the Magic players out there, a potential board wipe. So, you know, I think Guardian can sometimes have a difficult time with overwhelming board presence, and I feel like this is a great way to do that, right? You know, you wait for the right moment, you let them overextend, you play Sense Weakness, and hopefully put it on a really big attack so they can't even really deal with the Dominate efficiently. And hopefully I think if you can get at least one ally off this, you're feeling good. Any more, you're feeling great. So this is like a high fresh, I think. This is a card I think Guardian needed, Sense Weakness, but pretty cool art too. I don't know what those guys are. Are those going to be some allies that we're going to have to deal with at some point? Stay tuned. After that, we have Valahai Riven, which is a Guardian block card at yellow at rare, and it blocks 3. And when this defends, you may pay up to 3 resources, create that many Seismic Surge tokens. It's kind of like a dig in, and I think it's good, but not quite what we want. I think this is more for Silver Age. I mean, maybe if you're really doing the Seismic Surge thing with like Valda, but I don't know. This feels like a tough slot to make in Classic Constructed. So I'm going to give it like a low stale. Moving on to the commons, we have Distant Rumbling, which comes in all 3 colors. It is a 0-cost Guardian attack, or not attack action, aura, non-attack action aura, 3 block. And when this enters the arena, draw a card, then put a card from your hand into your deck's 5th from the top. Okay. At the start of your turn, destroy this, then create 3 Seismic Surge tokens, 2 or 1 based on the color. I don't know. I don't know if this Seismic Surge thing is for Classic Constructed or not. I think it might just be a Silver Age thing. But, you know, I guess Valda likes this. But I think maybe she has better ways to do it. This one's interesting. I think maybe we're going to say solid stale. How's that sound? Sounds great, Tommy. Keep going. Next card is Rites of Earth Lore. Comes in all 3 colors. This is a common, a 0-cost Guardian action aura that blocks 3. When this enters the arena, create a Seismic Surge token. At the start of your turn, destroy this. Then the next Guardian attack action card you play this turn gets +3, 2, or 1. And I don't like this one so much in Classic Constructed. I think we've seen better auras. We have auras of suspense now. So I'm going to give this one I'm going to give this like a low. This might be a high rotten for Classic Constructed. I just don't think it's doing enough. Like a 0 for 3 with a Seismic Surge, it's just not what Guardian is truly trying to do. It's not really disruptive. It just gives a nice little buff. But I can see the vision in Silver Age. Moving on to Ninja, we got Wind Cutter, which is the majestic ninja equipment arm piece. This blocks for 1 and has Blade Break and attack reaction. Pay 1 and tap it. Search your deck for a shuriken item, put it into the arena, then shuffle. Activate this only if you've hit 2 or more times this combat chain. I forget, was this in Mistveil that we had that got the shuriken? I'm totally blanking, but I guess that's just what we're gonna go get. Unless there's another shuriken. I don't think there's another shuriken in this. So you just go get that shuriken, which I think was just kind of like a lunging press. But I mean, it's kind of cool that you can go grab it, right? Pretty neat. You can get all 3 out there. You set up kind of like really difficult situations for your opponent, right? Like the face up +1 is unless I'm forgetting what that card does, is pretty good, I would say. But not as good as some other stuff. You know what? I think maybe Katsu can do this, right? But there's a lot of that like tiger play with the arms and the legs these days to kind of extend turns. But this kind of like, I think if you're like going full combo Katsu, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this could be a real player. So I'm going to say a build around low fresh for Wind Cutter. We got another mask. It's the Mask of the Swarming Claw, which is a ninja equipment headpiece at rare that blocks for 0. It has Arcane Barrier 1, but it also has Spell Void X, where X is the number of chain links you control. This is, I mean, it's tough. CC doesn't really have a lot of wizards shooting spells at you on your turn, except for when boots are popped. So it does happen. So this is like a sideboard, low fresh, high stale maybe. For Classic Constructed, definitely, has uses elsewhere, but it's also like if they have that, it's face up, the opponent can be like, okay, like on the first chain link, I'll try to combo. You can manipulate the math, I think, pretty easily, I would assume. So, yeah, maybe like a sideboard stale, to be honest. But we'll see. We've had Heart and Cross Strap. Now we have Double Cross Strap. This is Ninja Equipment chess piece at rare that blocks for 0. It has instant destroy this, gain 1 resource. Activate this only if you've hit 2 or more times this combat chain. And it also has Arcane Barrier 1. I kind of like this in the sideboard, right? You can get your little Blossom of Spring with some additional protection, I guess. Maybe this is, I think, to me in Classic Constructed, this is a little bit better than Mask of the Swarming Claw, which I gave a sideboard stale. This will be a sideboard high stale. Dyed Silk Leaves is the Ninja Equipment arm piece. Blocks for 1. It's at rare. Has Blade Break. And it also has the ability attack reaction, pay 1 resource and tap it. Destroy a dagger you control that's not on an active chain link. Target ninja attack action card on the active chain link gets +1. When the chain link resolves, if the attack didn't hit, destroy this. This is not doing anything better than what we already have for Classic Constructed. This feels like a Silver Age piece. So I'm going to give it a high rotten. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think we already have better options. And then we have 2 steps forward, which is Ninja Equipment Leg Piece at rare that blocks for 1. It has Battle Worn. Instant destroy this, create an agility token. Activate this only if you've hit 2 or more times this combat chain. I don't really see Ninja really needing the agility token, so I'm thinking this is probably a rotten for Classic Constructed. Still blocks for 1 with Battle Worn, but not my favorite card. Just think it just feels like there's like a cognitive dissonance with this card and the Ninja class, but that's just my thoughts on it. Interesting enough, we have Gentle Breeze, which is a 0-cost majestic ninja attack action card that attacks for 3, blocks for 2, and says your other attacks have 1 base attack. Go again. This is like a Benji card, but we don't have adult Benji, so not really sure what's going on. Maybe we're getting adult Benji. Unless, no, adult Benji didn't magically appear in the spoilers and I didn't see it, right? Surely that didn't happen. No, I'm not seeing that at all. Yeah, this is, I don't know. This will be good, I guess. This is a future fresh. So we'll give it that. I don't know. Unless I'm missing something, but. I guess, you know what? I am missing something. This is good with tigers. So, okay. This is like a pseudo Art of War, I guess, like for the tigers, right? Like it basically makes all the tigers attack for 1. Okay. I like that. So combo, like build around low fresh, I think. It's still like okay, you need to make a lot of tigers so to like really get the thing going, but the potential's there. Next we have Tigrin Reflex. This is a red 0-cost ninja attack action card at Majestic that attacks for 3, blocks for 2. It has combo. If Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, this gets +1 and go again. Okay. And it has attack reaction, discard this, target ninja attack that gets +1, create a Crouching Tiger in your hand. Okay. Let's make it a little bit more sense. We're getting actual like tiger support that is generic ninja rather than mystic ninja. So this seems pretty good, actually. This might be like a high fresh. This is like a border, right? This is a border. I'm going to give this the first, like, it's going to be a low fresh to death, but I love the flexibility of this card. This is, I think it's relatively easy to make the Crouching Tiger thing happen for this. And then, like, for the attack side of this. And then this is also just a lunging press with a Crouching Tiger, coming at the end of it. Yeah, I actually like this a lot. This is actually, I'm going to give this a full fresh to death. Am I crazy? I think that card's really good. Anyway, next we have Feign Vengeance, which is a blue 0-cost ninja attack action card at rare. Is attacks for 0 and blocks for 3. When this chain link resolves, if there is a card defending this, draw a card, go again. Okay, so I think the Vengeance thing matters for the Edge of Autumn deck, like the Ira stuff. And this is just a funny card because you're saying, oh, maybe I'll get my Edge of Autumn back if I buff it. And the opponent has to be like, okay, I'm going to pray that you don't have the buff. And, and then I guess like, it's a mind game card, I guess, really. This is like a card that I really like, but it's better to throw some sauce on it first, right? Like make them want to block it. But yeah, I like this, like a build around low fresh. It's a blue block 3 that pitches. I mean, it's a 0, but like you're playing the Edge of Autumn stuff, so the 0 doesn't matter. I'm a fan though. Next we have Become the Bottle, which is it's a common. It's coming in all 3 colors. Ninja attack action card that costs 0. Attacks for 3, 2, and 1. Blocks for 2. And when this attacks, choose a card on the combat chain. This gets the chosen card's name. Go again. You can say, I want to be the bottle. So you become the bottle. That's fun. I guess this is good. Right? I don't know. Like, yeah, I think this is probably fine. I'm trying to think of like the real benefit here. I think it's more for like not straight up combo, but like stuff that where Crouching Tiger matters multiple times. I think it's okay. I don't really like the block 2, but that is the ninja way sometimes. I'm going to give this like a high stale to like kind of cover my ass a little bit. We'll see. Next we got Become the Cup. Comes in all 3 colors. This is a common. And it also is a 0 cost, attacks for 3, ninja attack action that blocks for 2. As you play this, choose a color. This gets the chosen color. Go again. This one's not, I don't think, as good. I mean, I guess like, I don't know how it works with some of the Mystic stuff if you want to play this and call it blue. There's some synergies there. I just don't think it's good enough for Classic Constructed. I'm going to say like a low, stale, high rotten on Become the Cup. I'm going to be shocked if I see this one. But I mean, like pleasantly shocked. That's like pretty much with any of the cards that if I was shocked, I'd be pleasantly shocked because I like to see weird stuff. Moving on to the Warriors. We have Templar Spellbane. This is the warrior equipment headpiece at Majestic that blocks for 1. As Battle Worn, an instant, destroy this, prevent the next 1 arcane damage that would be dealt to you this turn. If you've activated a weapon this turn, prevent the next 2. I don't know if this is good. I mean, it's like for a specific matchup. I mean, I guess on the combo turn or like on the kill turn of Verdance, you don't do anything. You just attack with the weapon. All of a sudden, your Templar Spellbane is going to have this Spell Void 2 basically, and that is good, right? I mean, there's some cool stuff here, and I think, and like I don't know. Yeah, I guess this is like a good sideboard card, right? I think it's like a low fresh Templar Spellbane. It's weird. I mean, it's not that weird, but like it is weird, right? I love the art though. It's got this like stained glass thing going on. I don't know. Warriors, chime in. How do we feel? I don't know. Next, we got Helm of Unity. And this is a warrior equipment headpiece that blocks for 1, has temper, and when this defends together with a card from hand, this gets +1 until end of turn. It's at rare. I think just play, like, I don't know. I think you just still play like Crown or whatever instead. But this is it's a good Silver Age card. I've seen it in action already. So I'm going to say low stale for Classic Constructed. Followed by Plating of Unity, another Unity card. This is basically the same thing, except for the chest. It has temper, blocks 1. When this defends together with a card from hand, this gets +2 until end of turn. It's not better than Grains of Blood Spill. I almost said Bloods of Grain Spill. How about that? So this one's actually rotten. I think like you truly have a way better option already. And probably definitely the same for Gauntlets of Unity, which is the arms version of this. You have many better options. Mostly at Legendary. This is a good, like, I guess, budget option, but yeah, not loving this. And then same with the legs, which is the pillar of Unity. So I would say like pretty much low stale to like high rotten for most of these in Classic Constructed. Totally fine in Silver Age. Just in case anybody gets mad at me. I know these are good in Silver Age. God damn it. This is a Classic Constructed review. Here we have a majestic Swordmaster Shine. I almost said Shrine. It's a warrior attack reaction. Blocks for 3. Costs 3. It's at red. This costs 1 less to play for each +1 counter on swords you control. Target weapon attack gets +5. I mean, this is like kind of a win more in Dorinthia, right? If you have, I mean, like it's good, right? Like if you have at least 1, I think 2 for 5 is a pretty good rate. And then obviously any more than that, this is insane. Like how do you lose? But I think this is more for Hala. We saw more of what Hala's doing, sharpening swords and putting +1 counters on the weapon for a turn. So like this is kind of like a nice, like, park this in Arsenal, get a good sharpen turn, get multiple +1 counters, boom, 0 for 5. But things have to line up. You have to work for it. But I think this is this is gonna feel like a fresh to death when it happens. I really think so. It might actually be like a high fresh, but I think this is gonna get feels like a fresh to death. And if you don't want to do it, just block with it, it's a block 3. Next we have Blunton, which is a majestic yellow warrior block card that blocks for 2. When this defends a weapon attack, the attacking hero discards a card. I don't know how I feel about this one. It feels pretty good, right? It's definitely good into the mirror, but like a lot of decks still attack with weapons. I mean, like even a Guardian, like sending like a Titan's Fist and keeping an arsenal, you're like, here you go. And then also, like, you can't even like react. This happens on defense. I don't know which warrior is going to play this, but I'm gonna say this is a fresh. The effect's too good, right? Some matchups it won't matter, but you just whatever sideboard it out. I think in most matchups it will matter. So pretty cool card. Next we have Rend Flesh and Blood. This is a blue 0-cost warrior non-attack action at rare that blocks for 3. Like those stats already. Until end of turn, whenever a sword you control hits a hero, you may remove a +1 counter from it. If you do, they lose 2 life. And go again. Oh, I like that. This is a really cool card. You're saying, hey, I mean, it's good with the sharpened stuff because you're going to lose the counters anyway. And then like Dorinthia can be like, whatever. I'll take the free 2 damage to like close out a game. I think this is a damn fine card. I'm gonna give this a solid fresh. Rend Flesh is so cool. Love that art too. I want that on a playmat. Next we have Display of Craftsmanship. This is a common, comes in all 3 colors. It is a warrior attack reaction, and it costs 2 and blocks for 3. Target weapon attack gets +4, +3, or +2 based on the color If the weapon has been sharpened this turn, put a +1 counter on it. This is a big question mark because I do think that jeez. I gotta freshen up on sharpen real quick. One second. We're gonna take a look. But I think this might be important for Hala, but we don't really know. Let's see. Sharpen. Put a +1 counter. Yes. Remove all 1 counters. Yes. So like this is not going to stay on your Dorinthia. So a 2 for 5 is good, right? We just talked about like a 3 for 5 would be okay, and you'd be happy at 2 for 5, and even more happy at less than that. So I think because of that, I have to give this a potential fresh here with Hala. We don't know a lot about her other than her effect and her weapon, but this seems to me like it could be pretty good. So I'm gonna say the tentative fresh. Maybe the blue's good too, but like I like this. The red is obviously powerful as well. And then next we have cut and carve. This is a warrior non-attack action. It's a common, comes in all 3 colors. It costs 0, blocks 3, and it says sharpen target sword you control, which is +1. Put a +1 counter on it. Remove all +1 counters from it at the end of turn. If it has 1 or more +1 counters, its next attack this turn gets dominate. What are the yellow? Oh, so the yellow needs it to have 2 or more +1 counters, and then the blue needs it to have 3 or more. So the red is pretty good. This could be an easy +1 dominate. That seems pretty sick. And I mean, it's so weird. It's like they do this on purpose. You're like, I want to play this in Dorinthia. So it gets dominate pretty easily, but then I lose all the counters anyway. Which is annoying. But I think this is good. This seems like this is going to be probably important in Hala. At least at the red, maybe at the blue, because you get a blue free sharpen with the occasional dominate. Could be quite good. So, yeah. And moving on to the Mechanologist cards, we have Synapse Sparkcap, which is a majestic Mechanologist base head. Blocks for 1, has Battle Worn, and has action tap, banish an Evo from your hand, create a Ponder token. This feels pretty good for Teklo. I mean, it's a base, which is good. That blocks 1, also good, and then has like some pretty cool synergies. I have to imagine this is a solid fresh for Teklo. I know that James White had said that this set was going to try to make Teklo like a complete deck, so I'm hoping this is what they mean. But yeah, I think this is a solid fresh. I don't know what the plan is with this deck, but maybe we'll get a better idea as we look at more cards. Next we have Embryo Base Vizier, which is a Mechanologist equipment base head with 0 block. If you would be dealt arcane damage, you may remove a steam counter from a hyperdriver you control to prevent 1 of that damage. It has arcane barrier 1. This, I guess, is maybe a max sideboard card. And if that's the case, I'm going to give this like a sideboard high stale, I guess. Is Max going to be a deck? I don't know. I mean, this is going to be pretty interesting with the mech, class, because I don't know if there's a lot of interest in making Dash.io better, but certainly Max and Teklo. So we'll see. Embryo. Oh, I get it. Embryo. Listen, folks, it's going to be a long one. Hold on. Embryo Base Cortex is Mechanologist Equipment based chest that blocks for 0 and is a rare. If you control a hyperdriver, this gets +2. Has Guardwell. Yeah, this is not as good as Foundry Heart, but I can see why this is made. This is for Silver Age, but this is kind of a rotten in Classic Constructed, unfortunately. And then Embryo Base Digits, Mechanologist Equipment Base Arms, that blocks for 1, has Temper. Tap this, and a cog you control, this gets +1 until end of turn. This feels like maybe they're trying to convince Puffin to play this, but we already have the other arms that she already plays that creates the gold, or the golden cog. I guess the golden cog. But it is not going to cut it in Classic Constructed. This is also somewhat of a rotten, maybe a low stale. And then we have the Embryo Base Walkers, which this is a keyword I haven't seen in a minute. Mechanologist Equipment Base Legs, block for 0, has Quell 1. If you be dealt damage, you may pay 1 to prevent 1 of that damage. If you do, destroy this at the beginning of the end phase. Quell! Good for good for some stuff, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Quell. I mean, I like Quell. It would have been cool to have seen it explored more. This does not feel like it's being explored at all. It's kind of a functional reprint if I'm not mistaken, but kind of rotten, I would say. These feel not as exciting. I mean, they're all bases, which is fine, but these feel less exciting than some of the other rare equipment we've seen so far. Let's move into some of the coolest art in the game, or in this set anyway. Ghost Protocol Architect, which is a red 0-cost majestic mechanologist attack action that attacks for 1 and blocks for 3. If this was banished from boosting this turn, you may play this from your banish zone. And it has Evo upgrade. When this attacks, search your deck for an Evo with cost less than or equal to the number of Evos you have equipped. Banish it, then shuffle. So there seems to be an emphasis on more control over banishing your Evos. Makes sense. I wish they kind of, did this initially, but I'm glad that we're seeing it now. This one does seem quite good, but you have to be boosting. So maybe that is what they want here. So I guess this is a fresh. I wouldn't put it further than that, but it's definitely up there. Now, followed by the blue, which is Ghost Protocol Mainframe. Interesting enough, I don't think we got... Did we get any other Ghost Protocols? Just the 2. We saw these a while ago, but this is a 0-cost, 1 attack, 3 block, Mechanologist attack action card at Majestic. If this was banished from boosting this turn, you may play it from your banish zone. And it gets Evo upgrade. This gets +1 for each Evo you have equipped. So, honestly, a 0 for 5 that you can accidentally banish from boosting is pretty good. I feel like this is close to a fresh to death here. I like this card a lot. It seems like an auto include if I'm reading this deck correctly, because even if you don't banish it from boosting, this still is just a 0 for 5. So, big fan. They clearly want Tekla to be a little bit more aggressive. That's how I'm reading it anyway. So, we'll see. Let's talk about Blast Rig. This is a red 0-cost Mechanologist attack action card at rare. Attacks for 1 and blocks 3. Evo upgrade. This gets +1 for each Evo you have equipped. Boost. All right, now we're talking. So, this could be a 0 for 5 with Go Again. Pretty good. That is pretty good. So this is making the deck come together as far as I can tell. This seems like I don't know. This might be a fresh to death in this deck. This seems so good. You have to do some work, for sure. But, I mean, if you get 3 Evos, you're feeling pretty good. 2, you're like, whatever. It's just a 0 for 3. But, like, I don't know. Blasterig seems pretty good to me. So, let's see this aggressive Evo deck. I love it. Next, we have Speed Demon, which is a red 0-cost Mechanologist attack action at rare. Attacks for 3 and blocks for 3. It has Scrap. As an additional cost to play this, you may banish an item or equipment from your graveyard. If you control a Hyperdriver, this gets +1. And when this attacks, if it scrapped a Hyperdriver, create a Hyperdriver token with 2 Steam counters. Okay. So, a 0 for 4, no Gohan, notably. But, you know, we're creating in Max. Oh, yeah, in Max, you get the action point back. So this could be a 0 for 4 with Go Again, essentially, right? You crank the Hyperdriver, you know, old Jeb's a millionaire. This is pretty sick. I don't know if it makes Max good, but it is pretty cool. You do have to play actual Hyperdrivers, though, which is tough, which is very tough. But I like this. I think this is a solid fresh. We'll see if Max is a real deck, though. We will see. I'm going to take a sip of my tea real quick. Refreshed. Amazing. All right, we got Teklo Trebuchet 2000. 0-cost blue, Mechanologist attack action. It attacks for 1, blocks for 3. When this attacks, the next attack you can boost this combat chain gets +2, and it has boost. The potential here is enormous, right? You're pitching blues. This is like a high power blue at the end of the game, right? This is 3 damage over 2 attacks. I think that it will always be better than at blue is pretty insane with Go Again. So I think this is a really high fresh. I've seen a lot of mech players be pretty high on this. It's looking like mech's getting some pretty serious business. So, like, this is good in all the mech decks, right? This is really good. This is like, it just replaces the worst blue, I think. It has to. If you're boosting, of course. Next, we have Assembly Module. This is a blue 0-cost Mechanologist action item at rare. It has Crank. Excuse me. This enters the arena with the Steam counter. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a Steam counter from it. Has action, tap it, search your deck for a Hyperdriver, put it into the arena, then shuffle. So this is kind of interesting. In Max, this can be, you place it, you don't have to crank it, and you can go get a Hyperdriver, it gets Go Again, or you can crank it, you can just get 2 action points right off the bat here, and then you can do it again the next turn if you didn't, remove the Steam counter. There's a lot of potential with this card. And it's a blue, I mean, sure, it doesn't block, but it's an item. We know how these go. I like this quite a bit. Is it that good, though? It feels like it could be in Max. We're going to say a low fresh. Build around. For now. All right, now we have Evo Beta Basehead. This is a blue 0-cost Mechanologist action equipment Evo Basehead. Blocks for 1, has Battle Worn. If you have a base head equipped, transform it into this, then equip it. Evo heads cost you 1 less to play, and this, as I said before, has Battle Worn. Seems good, right? Evo base. We want more Evo bases for this deck. This one it's pretty easy. It costs 0. And then it makes everything cost less the next time. I like it. I think these all do. There's a whole set of them. Yeah. So you have the base chest that's doing the same thing for chests. You have the base arms that's doing the same thing for arms. And then the base legs that are doing the same thing for legs. So I think that I don't know how this deck is going to be. So take this with a grain of salt, but these might be just really good blues to be playing. Blocking 1 is not good, but you know, it does block, so you can at least scrap it if need be. But maybe it's just like, hey, you just want to banish these by boosting, you know, activate Teklo, go crazy. These could be really important pieces, and they're all rare, by the way, and that could be a big hint here. So maybe like a low fresh, but I could see it end up being like a pretty low stale. But I'm gonna just be optimistic about these because I'm just hoping for the Teklo fans out there that the deck is going to be good. Although it doesn't look like it's going to be a control deck anymore, like a fatigue deck. Next, we have Heavy Metal Hardcore, which is a common, comes in all 3 colors. 0 cost, Mechanologist attack action card. Attacks for 3, 2, and 1, and blocks for 3. If an Evo has been banished from boosting this turn, this gets +1. It has boost. I like this. I mean, at red, I really like this. At yellow, I don't mind it. But I really like the red. I think if you're doing this Evo boost deck, this feels like pretty important. So I'm going to say a solid fresh for at least the red. Maybe the blue gets played as well, but I don't know. The 0 for 2 is whatever. I think you can find better blues. But yeah, Heavy Metal Hardcore feels quite good. And moving on to Heart Wrencher. This one's interesting. This is a Mechanologist action wrench attack. Has boost. And it's a wrench attack. It comes in all 3 colors. It attacks for 3, 2, and 1. And it blocks for 3. And it has boost, right? So I have to like look at the wrench stuff real quick. But like I feel like there's a reason that we want a wrench attack action. And it's probably clamp press. I guess it's got to be. Wrenches you control get +2. So 0 for 5 go again. Pretty good. And that's pretty. It was fist pump. Whenever you banish a hyperdriver, target wrench you control gets +1 this turn. So if you're playing the fist pump, that's kind of neat. And yeah, this is interesting. Interesting card. I guess this is a good max card. So yeah, with the clamp press, this is great. I mean, I could see you playing the blue and the red. You might even play rainbow of this if you're going full clamp press mode. So somebody tell me if that deck's going to be good, because I am actually interested in it, which is crazy. So I'm going to say like a high stale. It might not be that good, but it definitely can be up there, like a build around fresh. Now, moving on to Ranger, we have a new bow, Farflight, longbow, Ranger weapon bow, 2-handed. It's a majestic. Instant, pay 1, tap it, put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal. Your arrow attacks may target an opposing hero or ally. Or any opposing hero or ally. I think this is for UPF. So this is a rotten for Classic Constructed. We have a lot better stuff going on. Now, we have 3 new chess pieces that are all going to do kind of the same thing. Except I'm going to read the first one here, and then I'll briefly touch on the other 2. First one's Concealed Nerve Gas. This is a Ranger Equipment chest trap. It's at rare, and it has Cloaked. Equip this face down. While this is equipped face down, when an attack with Go Again hits you, destroy this and create a Frailty token under each opponent's control. Riptide obviously also deals the damage when they do this. And then the red is the attack reaction. If there was a played or activated attack reaction, create a Blood Rot Pox. And then the concealed sedative is the inertia one. So if the attack was greater than its base, you can pop this to give them an inertia. So Are these good? I don't think they're better than the current options for Riptide. I definitely don't think other Rangers are going to do it. In the Young Hero format, it's like a free 1 damage, which is pretty good. So take that with a grain of salt. So that's probably good in Silver Age. I wish I could play all 3 at the same time, but so I don't know. Maybe like a sideboard low stale, I would say, for these, all 3 of them. Because like if you're in the market to be playing them, you might as well have all 3 in the sideboard, and you play whichever you think you're going to need the most. The Blood Rot one does make me the most interested. That's the Concealed Pathogen, because this for Riptide kind of represents 3 damage against certain decks. So like that one, if any of them is going to be like playable, it is that one. So, but I don't know. It's like, I mean, there's only like 3 cloak chests for Riptide, so you're gonna like your opponent's gonna like know it's one of them. So but like it's inevitable. Like certain decks have to do the attack reaction thing, like Warrior, Assassin. So maybe Pathogen's legit, right? You save it for the end, but even then, it's hard to say how good these are. Next, we have Bolton Boots. I do like these. This is Ranger Equipment Legs. Comes at rare, blocks for 1, has Battle Worn. Love that already. And it has attack reaction, pay 1, destroy this, target arrow attack with greater than its base gets go again. Awesome. I mean, like you're playing Dreadbore, your battering bolts coming in for 7. Pop this, gets go again. You can do something else. You can go into Codex, whatever. I like these a lot. I think they're like a solid fresh. You know, they don't block 2 like some of our other options in the slot, but this could represent a lot more damage, right? It's nice to have a pseudo Snapdragon that does not care about the base. So I like these. I think I'll be testing these actually. Bolton Boots are very cool. Next we have Tiger Trap. When this defends and the attacking hero controls 3 or more attacks with attack greater than their base, attacks they control can't gain attack this turn. This is, it is a red 0 cost majestic Ranger defense reaction trap that blocks for 3. So this is a traditional trap. We're going to see some non-traditional traps like we did with the cloaked stuff already. This is very narrow. You need a lot happening. I think that it's probably, like, in my mind, it's good against certain ninjas, obviously. Some Tiger stuff going on. It's good against Bolton. It could be good against some other warriors too, but it still needs a lot of work. This is like meta dependent. In a certain meta, this is going to be amazing. In others, it's not going to be that good. So this is like a shifting scale on this one. So this one's a meta dependent fresh, I would say. Yeah. Interesting card though. It would be nice. It would have been nice for Zen when Zen was cooking. Now, Rune Snare is a red 0 cost majestic Ranger attack action. No, not attack action. Ranger action trap that blocks for 2. This is a non-attack action. That's a trap, so you can just block with it. You don't need D-reacts or anything like that. It says your next arrow attack this turn gets +3. Go again. And then when this defends and the attacking hero has played or created 2 or more auras this turn, destroy an aura they control. This card's an awesome sideboard card. I mean, you can just run this straight up because it does buff an arrow. And it says aura. It doesn't say aura token. So you can get a Malefic, you can get, a fealty, you can do like a lot of different things. Like you don't have to worry about it having to be like a token. Like I would have thought it would have been token, right? You can just get the rune chant or whatever, but there's so many auras that like even, Vincent alone plays. So big fan of Rune Snare. This is like I don't even want to call this a sideboard. It's like just play the buff, just play it and rock with it. So Rune Snare is going to be a fresh for me. I'm a big fan. Next card is not. This is Rainbow Goo Trap, which is a red 0-cost ranger defense reaction trap that blocks for 3. It's a rare. When this defends an attack with attack greater than its base, dominate and go again, the attack gets -2 and loses and can't gain abilities. This was for Starvo, which LL is somewhat of a dead format right now. So if that format becomes important again, grab these. It will be pretty good into Starvo. So for now, it's rotten. Classic constructed. And after that, we do have Courageous Crossing, blue 0-cost ranger action trap, not a defense reaction, that blocks for 3 at common. Create a courage token under target hero's control, go again. When this defends an attack with attack greater than its base, remove a +1 counter from target permanent. Sweet. Really good. I mean, like, this one's like not as good into certain matchups, right? Like whatever, you can get the ping for. I'm looking at all these through the Riptide lens. I'm not really expecting a lot of other rangers to be playing these. You get the ping on the block. You can create a courage token for yourself if need be, and it also loads, which is neat. I guess the +1 counter will matter against some things. Now we can trigger on allies too, which is cool. So you can take away the counters. This will be good if Hollow's really good, if Dorinthia's, really good. We already had a good matchup into that, but I do like this. This is probably more in the stale range than the next two that we'll be talking about, but I do like this card, and there will be metas where this is quite good. So I like the design on these. Next one's awesome though. Frail Swingline, blue 0-cost 3-block ranger action trap. Create a frailty token under target hero's control. Go again. When this defends an attack with less than its base, its controller discards a card. So the beauty of this is if they already have a frailty and they attack with like a weapon, you can block with this, force them to discard a card. They'll never get a chance to, do the thing that they want to do with their attack reactions. And I think this one's like pretty good overall. I mean, this one's like tougher to actually trigger, but like kind of worth it to play, I think. It's a decent blue. We're looking for decent blues. So this is in the fresh range for me. I think that effect is strong enough. And you can really manipulate situations where it'll work. And sometimes just giving them frailty is going to be good enough. Like certain decks just can't handle it. They just can't. Next we have Quickening Sand, which is the last of this little cycle. This is blue 0-cost ranger action trap, blocks 3. Create a quicken token under target hero's control. Go again. When this defends an attack with go again, tap target hero or ally. That's pretty relevant with a lot of decks these days. And you can create the quicken for yourself, folks, and just leave it there for a big turn. I love that. That's so cool. And you can give it to them and say, hey, listen, I'm going to, attack me. Whatever. I'm ready for it. So I like it. Quickening Sand, very, very cool. And I am excited about these cards. This is a fresh to me. This is. And rounding out the rest of the traps here, we have Spellbane Trap, comes in all 3 colors. The red is 0 cost, Ranger Action Trap, plus blocks for 2. Your next arrow attack this turn gets +3, go again. And when this defends and the attacking hero has dealt arcane damage this turn, create a Spellbane Aegis token. So you can get 4 points of value out of blocking with this, right? So you block it, and like against certain decks, like Rune Blades we're thinking of here. You block with it, you ping, you get the Aegis token for the another ping that's coming your way from a rune chant. Big fan of this card. I don't know if it's gonna be main deck, but like it's like the other one. It's like Rune Snare, where you can just play these as buffs, and then you just have them for those matchups. So, big fan. Taking a sip of my tea. Woo, delicious. Shout out Lady Fresh for making me a cup of tea. Supportive. Next, Rune Blades, Grimoire of Felling Song. This is a Runeblade equipment offhand at Majestic. Instant, pay 1, destroy this, create a rune chant token. I guess this is good. I don't know. Do we have better options at Runeblade? I guess maybe not. How many one-handed? I mean, I guess this is for Vincent, right? I guess Vincent really likes this because you get the opportunity to create rune chant. You can do it on turn 0. It's an instant, so you can kind of get off to a pretty hot start. I think because of that, this is probably like a fresh. I like it. Yeah, Grimoire Felling Song, really cool. I always like these offhand book things that the Rune Blades get. So big fan. Next, we have Helm of Might and Magic. This is a rare Runeblade equipment headpiece that blocks for 1, Blade Break, and Spell Void 1. I guess it's decent. I think they have better options in Classic Constructed. For that reason, it's like a low stale. I do like the flexibility here, but I don't think it's better than what we already have. Rune Bleed Robe. This is equipment chest at rare, blocks for 0, Arcane Barrier 1, instant destroy this, and a rune chant you control will prevent the next 1 arcane damage that will be dealt to you. Again, we have way better options here at the chest slot in Classic Constructed. So that one was like a low stale, by the way. Beckoning Haunt. This is a Runeblade equipment arm piece that blocks for 2. It better be better than Grasp. I don't think it's going to be. It has Guard Well. It has action, pay XX, and a resource. Destroy this, return target aura with X from your graveyard to your hand. I think you'd really have to be digging for a good aura for this to be good. So, better than Grasp. So I'm going to say low stale. Maybe there's a world here. I just don't see it. And finally, we have Blackstone Greaves, which is a Runeblade equipment leg piece at rare that blocks for 1, has temper. If you've dealt arcane damage this turn, this gets +1. So, I mean, your Sigil of Suffering, I guess, is what they're doing with this. Maybe there's a couple other ways to do it. I think there's a couple other things they're doing with the aura stuff. Not good enough. Play the creepers. Play the creepers. This is kind of a rotten, I think. Too much work for not enough reward. And next we have Doomsaying. This is a red 0 cost Runeblade action aura that blocks for 3 at Majestic. It says go again. At the beginning of your end phase, put a Doom counter on this. Then each hero destroys X auras they control, where X is the number of Doom counters on this. This one's interesting. I don't I don't know. I don't know about this one. This is like, I guess, like a sideboard low fresh. Like there's certain matchups where you're going to be able to like eat up your rune chance to like destroy like really important auras for your opponent. So like I guess that's good, right? Aura hate is welcome, I think, in the game. So yeah, interesting. We'll see how good it is, how much it's actually used, but I can see it the sideboard implications here. And next we have Sigil of Grave Spawning, which is a blue 1-cost Runeblade action aura that is a majestic that blocks for 3. Go again. Whenever an aura leaves your graveyard, deal 1 arcade damage to target hero. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. So, you know, I guess if you're... I mean, Florian's not around, right? So we're not really decomposing in this class right now. So I don't know if this will ever be worth it. It might end up being worth it with a new hero, but for now, I don't think it is. I really don't. So right now, it's like a kind of a low stale, right? Gotta be. Like, I think like if you were at least dealing 2 damage with this out, it could be good. But I'm trying to rack my brain on a way you can do that. Call in, folks. I don't know. So low stale. Sigil of Sylphidae, I think, is a blue 0-cost rare. That's a Runeblade action aura that blocks for 3. It has go again. When this enters or leaves the arena, you may banish another aura from your graveyard. If you do, deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. I mean, I guess if you play the first one and then like a bunch of these ones, you can like really cook. But I still think that's a lot of work. This one might be fine though. Like, I don't know. Like I'm thinking of like Viscera. But Viscera's not around anymore. Like these would have been good starters for that deck. But yeah, it's very interesting. I'm going to say low stale on this one. Unless I'm missing something and people can... let me know. They will let me know. Here we have Runic Felling Song, which comes in all 3 colors. Looks like it's for Florian. We will see if it is. Costs 3 and attacks for 7, 6, and 5. And it blocks for 3. It's a Runeblade attack action at common. When this attacks, you may banish an aura from your graveyard. If you do, deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. Okay. So you want to like banish... like earth auras, I guess, you know, you're wanting to. But like, this is not bad. This is like a 3 for 8 over, you know, 2 sources. I don't hate it. I don't hate this card actually. Yeah, I mean, it's like probably like a high stale. Yeah, why not? I think this card could be good. I think it could be good. I'm thinking of like, you know, like a control style, like, you know, sending 3 for 7s is pretty good. It's worked before. 3 for 8's even better. Next we have Weeping Battleground. Comes in all 3 colors. And this one is a Runeblade defense reaction that blocks for 3. It costs 0. And you may banish an aura from your graveyard. If you do, deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. Oh, it blocks for 3, 2, and 1 across the colors. If you do, deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. I like this. I mean, this is a Silver Age card, right? But I also always kind of really like the kind of Steelblade Shunt style effects. We see it with Sigil. This one's harder to deal with. Maybe not harder to deal with, but like, you know, you don't get the buff, I guess. Actually, it's not harder to deal with. It's the same ease of dealing with, but I don't hate it, but I mean, like, I really like the idea of like this aura Runeblade deck, and I do not see what it is right now. So I'm hoping that it's going to exist. It probably will. We just saw some art for Nationals that kind of showed a hero that kind of looked like a Runeblade. So we'll see. But yeah, gonna give this a tentative like below stale for now. It's good in Silver Age though. Good in Silver Age. Next we have Tempest Dancers. Wizard equipment legs, 0 block. Has blade break though. What the heck? This is a majestic. When this leaves the arena, you may play your next non-attack action card this turn as though it were an instant. Now, why would you play this instead of the the legendary legs, which I'm blanking on because I've been talking about other cards for a long time. Why am I blanking on them? It doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about. Are they going to ban those? Storm Striders, sorry. Are they going to ban Storm Striders maybe with this out and before they print another hero that's going to be good with it? Possibly. I could see it happening. I would not be ecstatic about it because I do like Storm Striders, but why at this point, why would you play these instead? Sure, it's free, like you don't have to like pay into it, but I don't think that was ever an issue. It does force, I mean, I like that it forces your opponent to attack, but like from a design standpoint, not from the wizard standpoint. So these are like a tentative stale. They could get better with obviously some bans, so we'll see. Next we have Shroud of the Fate Watcher. This is a wizard equipment headpiece at rare. It blocks for 0, has blade break. When this leaves the arena, create a Sigil of Fate token. Sigil of Fate is a wizard token aura that says when this leaves the arena, opt 1 at the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. That being said, there's probably better headpieces for wizard anyway. But cool. I like the Sigil of Fate. I like opting. Pretty good. Next we have Robe. So Shroud of Fate is probably like a low stale. For CC anyway. Robe of Resourcefulness. When this leaves the arena, gain 2 resources. It has Blade Break and blocks for 0. It's a wizard equipment chest. This is interesting. I like this more. I'm thinking like a high stale. It requires some setup. So, yeah. I'm a high stale on this. You know, but the 2 resources is a lot. So, I'm interested to see. I mean, this is definitely good for like Silver Age, but I'm interested to see what the real deal is with Wizard going forward. I thought we were going to get Blaze. I really thought we were. Next, we have Gloves of Erasure. Wizard equipment arms, blade break, 0 defense. When this leaves the arena, destroy target aura token. Not a fan of this, really. This is, I mean, what? Maybe you bring it in against Fang. But I feel like the arm pieces are pretty important for most wizards. So I'm going to say this is like a kind of a rotten. It's just not doing enough in CC, I don't think. And then finally, Aetherstorm Wellingtons. Funny name. Wizard equipment legs. Rare. Blocks for 0. And it has Arcane Barrier 2, which I think the Storm Striders do too. If I'm remembering correctly. So this is kind of like a whatever. So I should look that up. But yeah, I think that Storm Striders, yes. Arcane Barrier 2. Yeah, so why would you play this until those are banned? Which I feel like it's going to happen based on this, but we'll see. Getting into the Majestics, though, we have Glyph Destruction Nodes, which is a Majestic yellow 0 cost wizard non-attack action that blocks for 3. Deal 3 arcane damage to up to X target heroes and or allies, where X is the number of aura permanents you control with sigil in their name. So, a couple sigils. Sigil of Fate counts, which is kind of cool. So, if you have a couple sigils, you can kind of clear some allies. It's like a sideboard. It's like a sideboard fresh, I think, if you're doing the sigil thing, which I think they're trying to push more. I like it. I like it. Yeah, sideboard fresh. And then we have Temporal Wobble, which is a red 0-cost wizard instant at Majestic. It says negate target non-attack action card with cost less than the number of aura permanents you control a sigil in their name. Its controller gains 1 action point. What is this good into? I mean, Blood Rush Bellow. Geez, is it good against the allies? Do they count as non-attack actions? They might not. I mean, I guess this is an okay sideboard card against some stuff because we already had a negate effect that really never saw play. So not really sure on this one, but I don't know. This one I'm willing to be wrong about. So I'm going to say like low stale. Maybe sideboard stale. Next we have Glyph Power Spell, which is a rare red 2-cost wizard non-attack action that blocks for 3. Deal 4 arcane damage to any target if you control a card with sigil in its name. Instead, deal 6 arcane damage. Yeah, this is really powerful. We are seeing right now how good 6 arcane spells are. And this feels like kind of it can slot into Verdance. Right? I mean, forced to play some sigil stuff. But I don't know. This is like a really just good rate if you're on the sigil thing. I guess Cecilio wants to do this. Cecilio likes this a lot, actually. You play a sigil, you Volzar, and then Glyph for 7. Pretty good. Actually, pretty good. So let's say fresh for Glyph Power Spell. And on to the commons, though. We have Painful Premonition, which comes in all 3 colors. The red here is a 0-cost wizard, a non-attack action that blocks for 3. Deal 3, 2, or 1 arcane damage to any target. It's important. If this deals damage, create a Sigil of Fate token. So, pretty good. I love the Sigil of Fate tokens. They can hit the allies, which is cool. Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably fine. Matters, it's the sigil thing is the big question here, right? And we've seen some sigil payoffs, but does it make the most sense? Are we going to get Adult Blaze is the real question, because the ops are good there. So I'm going to say this is a tentative high stale. But I could be wrong. And next we have Future Sight, which comes in all 3 colors. It's a common. The red here is a 1-cost wizard instant. Create 3 Sigil of Fate tokens, and then 2 or 1 on the yellow and blue. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be good. Right? This is a op 3 next turn with the potential of like getting some sigil, synergy, which I guess is good, right? Like for one resource, you can play this and then go into the Glyph Power Spell, and there is actual stuff going on. But this is me saying that it kind of feels like we're getting hints for something, but we didn't get a new hero. So is this going to be good enough, or is this just Silver Age stuff? Hard to say. I'm going to say tentative high stale. And then we have one Shiana card for whatever reason. This is Embody Greatness. It's a yellow Zero cost, shapeshifter instant, Shiana specialization, name a living legend hero, become that hero until the start of your next turn, except your base life doesn't change. Shiana is not in Classic Constructed. So, rotten. And moving on, we have Illusionist. Forgot they existed. Touch of Reality is the majestic Illusionist equipment arm piece. Has one ability, no block value. Instant, pay X resources, tap it. This gets ward X until end of turn. Destroy this at the beginning of the end phase. I like this. This is like a nice big ward piece. I guess, you can defend against a bunch of tall arcane, get around some overpower, confidence, dominate. I think this is a fine sideboard piece. Like, I'm trying to think of what are the illusionists playing in that slot right now. I think this might just be a little bit more powerful. So I'm gonna give this like a solid fresh. I think, I could see this seeing a decent amount of play. Sure, you have to commit some cards, but it gets around some evasion, like at a large clip, which is nice. Into the rares for the equipment slots is Silken Shroud, which is an illusionist equipment headpiece, no block value, has ward 1. When this is destroyed, create a ponder token. I think currently Prism is not interested in this. Prism's interested in the light, blanking on the name, to throw something in the soul. So maybe this, possibly in the future, this could be a Silver Age card for sure. But I would say this is for Classic Constructed. I think this is probably a high rotten. It's not bad though, right? Cashing in for one damage for a card, not too bad, but we have better options currently. Silken Shawl. These are all going to be kind of the same. This is the chess piece as ward 1. When this is destroyed, create a vigor token. And much like Silken Shroud, I think that there's just better options, and you're going to be able to create more resources with them. I'm assuming that Prism mostly plays Vestige at this point, which can easily create a lot of value over the course of the game, as opposed to this. It's just a one pop. But like I said, these are all Silver Age cards, most likely. After that, we have Silken Symphony, which is the arm piece, ward 1. When it's destroyed, create a might token. I definitely worse than Touch of Reality, so this is clearly kind of a rotten for Classic Constructed. And finally, Silken Slippers, which is ward 1. When this is destroyed, create an agility token. I like our one illusionist, right? Our one illusionist in CC is Prism, and Phantasmal Footsteps is just better. So I can't really see this being good enough, but I do like this ability, cashing in this for an agility token. But you have to prevent the other damage first. That's the thing with ward, is that you will have to block if you want to keep this stuff around. So Silver Age stuff, I would say mostly rotten for these in Classic Constructed. Now moving on to a majestic, we have Lunar Mirage, a red 0 cost illusionist attack action that attacks for 3, blocks for 3. And when an attack action card with 6 or more defends this becomes a copy of that card. Go again. Mirage. When this is defending a non-illusionist attack with 6 or more, destroy this. So, Mirage is the defensive version of Phantasm. But I like what this does on offense, right? A nice little 0 for 3. Kind of a different First of all, I really like the direction of this for Illusionist, like this idea of copying the things that it's like sending these mirrors, right? Like copying the things that are blocking. You know, it's a nice little trick too, because your opponent's going to want to bring in poppers. And you're like, okay, well, this doesn't get popped. It will get popped if I defend with it, but it won't get popped if I'm on the aggression side of things. So it could be a 0 for 6, right? So it makes blocking a little bit difficult for the decks that are prepared for Phantasm, which is cool. So I like this as like a fresh. I don't know if like Prism's interested in it, but I think eventually we're gonna get like some kind of generic Illusionist that's gonna want to do this kind of stuff, and I'm hoping that is sooner rather than later, as opposed to, you know, whatever else. Although I guess this is pretty good in Dromai. So look out for this in new Dromai in 2027, allegedly. So yeah, I like this card a lot. Next we have Mind Meets Might. This is a red 3 cost, 7 attack, 3 block, illusionist attack action. It's at Majestic. When this hits a hero, they reveal their hand and discard all cards with 6 or more. Then they draw that many cards. This has Mirage as well. So don't be blocking with this. We want to punish you for the poppers, which is funny. I like this. I like this as well. It's a good rate, 3 for 7. It's kind of forcing 6s out of your opponent's hand either way, because they're going to be like, well, I'm going to have to discard them if this hits, so I might as well just block. So this is also like really solid into like KO or something, like where they're going to have like 6 attack, no blocks in their hand. So I could see this actually sneaking into a lot of sideboards going forward, and it's kind of nice to go like a Herald into this or something, or just do this early, and you can really just get some pretty good tempo in that matchup. So I like this at a very solid fresh. It might live in the sideboard, but I like this card a lot. Next we have Shimmering Mirage, which is a blue 0 cost illusionist defense reaction at rare. It blocks for 2. While this is defending, when this chain link resolves, banish this. You may play it this combat chain, and it has Mirage. So you don't want to be doing this against, 6s, right? It doesn't do anything, but this is kind of interesting because you can basically block 4 over 2 chain links in like a ninja matchup or whatever that is going wide, as long as they're not 6s. I think this card's really good, actually. I like this a lot. I mean, this is super valuable in those matchups, although, it just feels weird to have a blue sometimes that you're just going to have to like not play into some matchups. So that being said, I think this is like a low fresh. It's going to perform very, very well into a lot of matchups. So I like this card a lot. Then we have the Power of Make-Believe. This is our first common. It's a cycle, comes in all 3 colors. This is the red. It is 3 cost, 7 attack, 3 block, illusionist attack action card. So Power of Make-Believe. This gets +1 for each card with 6 or more defending it, and it has Mirage. So we get the nice Mirage suite here. I like this a lot, right? They're giving Illusionists a toolkit for the bad matchups. And, I can see people complaining about that, but like it is a real cost to play these cards as opposed to the cards that are like really synergistic in the deck. So I like this. Maybe the blue is probably really. No, you probably want to play the red. Oh, so it's whatever, however many 6s it's defending. Is defending it. So yes. So you can send this, and into like Brute, and this is going to be a 3 for 7 unblocked, or like a 3 for 8 or 9. And that seems really good. So I like this at like a low fresh. I think it's like hard to kind of do this in Illusionist as it stands, but it's a really great option if we're in like a brute meta or whatever. Next we have Shimmering Spectre, which comes in all 3 colors. This is going to be the red. Costs 3. It's a 6 attack, Illusionist attack action that blocks for 2. It has Mirage. While this is attacking or defending, when this leaves the arena, create a Spectral Shield token. Not a huge fan of this. I mean, like, getting a Spectral Shield on a block is nice, I guess. And, like, there is the failsafe here that, like, when you block a 6 or something, this is not a complete miss. I would say maybe the blue is more what you'd be interested in, but I don't like this as much. I think this is kind of like in the low stale territory. I could be wrong, but not my favorite of the bunch, but liking these Mirage cards for sure. Now moving on to Assassin, we got one of the coolest arts in this set is Graven Gaslight. This is a majestic assassin equipment offhand. It has Spell Void 1, and then it has instant destroy 2 silvers you control. Equip this, activate this while it's only in your graveyard. Nice. Well, some repeatable Spell Void. You know, we saw that Sindra was kind of able to do this with the 1 dagger that has Spell Void, and that seemed to be really good when it's repeatable. So I can see Assassin's really liking this in the sideboard. This seems like a sideboard fresh to me if I've ever seen one. So really cool. Just like, I don't know. We got to be able to create silvers, but Huntsman seems to be doing the silver thing quite well these days. So I like this card a lot. After that, we have Graven Cowl. We have the nice rare cycle here of equipment. This is the headpiece that blocks for 2, has Blade Break. While this is in your graveyard, at the start of your turn, you may destroy 2 silver you control. If you do, equip this. When this is equipped from anywhere other than your graveyard, put a -1 counter on it. So starting the game, this is going to be a 1-block Blade Break, but you can rebuy it. That's going to block 2 over and over again. I don't know if this is better than the Mask in Huntsman, because the Mask is going to be able to generate more silver and also have the same kind of buyback and block. You know, if you buy back this once, you're going to get more block than you would with the Mask if you bought that back once. But you're assuming that the Mask generated a free buyback with its activation. So this is just not quite as good. And I wouldn't fault anybody for trying to make this work, though, because that's like a lot of block over the course of a game if you can get those silvers cranking. So I'm going to give this like a stale. I think it's definitely serviceable. I think we might see some version of the deck that tries this. Next we have, I think this cycle is doing it all. So Grave Investment is the chess piece, same stats, 2-block, Blade Break, starts with the 1 counter, pop 2 silvers to return it. I think this one is, I guess, a fair slot to like kind of contest with. Although I think you're just gonna want to run Tunic in a lot of these assassins that would even be interested in playing this, which is mostly Huntsman. Just kind of need that extra resource every once in a while, especially with the daggers. So this one's going to be in the stale range as well. I will say though, the Graven Gloves, I believe, is a nice uncontested slot for Huntsman. So from what I've seen anyway, I think that this one is actually a solid fresh because it just doesn't have the same competition as the head, legs, and chest has. Because we also have the Graven Walkers. So all of them are stale except for the gloves, fresh. Moving on to Lobotomy, which is, another banger of an art piece here. I saw the that there is a playmat of this, which is very intriguing. I'm interested in it. Lobotomy is a majestic red 0-cost assassin attack action card. Sorry. 3 attack, 3 block. It has stealth, so the classic stealth stats. When this attacks, you may equip an Orbital class from your inventory. When this hits a hero, if you control an Orbital class, they lose all hero card abilities during their next phase. I like this. I'm forgetting exactly what the Orbital class was. I think that was the non-attack actions. Let me just look it up real quick. But yeah, either way, I like the ability to just re-equip a dagger no matter what. So just double checking. Yes, this is the non-attack action one. So yeah, it's a good card. I mean, if you're on a version of Assassin that is doing the throw dagger thing, I think that this makes sense. Like flick knives, right? So if that's the case, I think this is a fresh, right? Like I think, in a deck like Slippy, who's going to kind of send this with Go again, and even like we're seeing Marionette is very heavy on the dagger stuff, and it's nice. I mean, like, sure, does it clog up some inventory space with all the Orbital class that you're going to need to kind of make this work? Maybe, but I think in the end, this is totally serviceable, probably like a low fresh. Next, we have Seeker Kunai, which is a majestic red 0-cost assassin item instant, which has the ability attack reaction, pay 1, destroy this target assassin attack action card, gets +1. While this is in your graveyard, at the start of your turn, you may destroy 2 silver you control. If you do, return this to the arena. I like this. I like this a lot. I wish there was an easier way to get it into the graveyard without having to have played it first. But, you're running codexes, so you can definitely not even play this out. You can just like say, hey, I'm going to discard it. Although it is 0, so you might as well just play it out anyway. But I like this card. Just having it out there is always something that messes up the math constantly. We see it with breaking scales. I think that this is going to be another cool little tool for Arachne Huntsman mostly. But I do like this. I don't think it's great though. So it's probably like a low fresh. I think this will see some amount of play. When you think about it, like you can have 3 of these out and be like, any given moment, I'm going to cash in a blue and give this +3 or whatever. It could be a +1, +2, +3. Who knows? Next, we have Miss Hunter, a contract card. They gave the Assassin players a contract card. This is a red 0-cost rare Assassin attack action card that attacks for 4, blocks for 3, and has contract. You are contracted to banish opponent's blue cards. Whenever you complete this contract, create a silver token. When this hits a Mystic hero, search their deck for any number of inner chi and banish them. They shuffle. So this is obviously a little bit narrow with the on hit, but it is a 0 for 4 assassin, like contract card, and getting blues is relatively sometimes easy. But I guess this is a sideboard card in not classic constructed because Mystic Heroes don't exist right now in that format, but it will be relevant soon. But currently, kind of rotten in classic constructed. Unless you're really hurting for another contract card, but I think there's just better ones that actually do banish stuff, on non-Mystic heroes. So we do have a rare cycle of contract cards. This is Excessive Blood Loss. This comes in all 3 colors, and it attacks for 3 across all 3 colors. Oh, interesting. Oh, is that a 5? I'm misreading that. It's attacking for 5, 4, and 3. I was very confused for a second. Sorry, folks. The red is attacking for 5. It's a 1 for 5. That makes a lot more sense. Assassin, attack action card that blocks 3. It is a common. It has contract. You are contracted to banish opponent's red cards. Whenever you do, create a silver token. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. If it's red, repeat the process once. Love this. Almost every deck's running reds. So I think that this is a really good red to I think this at red is very good, right? And maybe the yellows if you're really trying to jam, just get rid of all the reds in their deck. I don't know if the blue makes sense, but it could. It definitely could. I like this at fresh. I think this card's quite good. I think you can get, if you hit 2 in a row, you get 2 silver. Incredible. You pop mask, you can really be eating. So I love it. I love this card. I think this is a very, very solid fresh. It's a high fresh. I'm gonna say it. Next, Knife Through. This is a common and common rare or cycle. Comes in all 3 colors. It has the stealth stats, so 0, 4, 3, 2, 1 based on the color. And it blocks for 3. Has stealth. If you've hit with a dagger this combat chain, this gets go again. I like this a lot. I think this is easily an easy aggro option for Slippy or Marionette, honestly. And I think Slippy is interesting. You can go a little bit wider. And that's pretty neat. Heck, I kind of like this in Azuri, even, because I think that you can do some pretty mind tricky stuff with this in Azuri, because you're running flick knives. Are they going to activate the flick knives and send something else? Are they going to activate Azuri? What's going on here? I like this. I like this card a lot. This is another solid fresh. They gave Assassin, unsurprisingly, with Brian at OSS, they gave Assassin some good ones. So another fresh. Assassin's eating good. Hey, we have a Bard card and no classic constructed Bard heroes, but I'll read it anyway. It's a blue 0 cost Song of Larynx White. Bard action song, blocks 3, create a frostbite token under each other hero's control. A little random, but isn't that the case with Bard cards? Anyway, moving on to Necromancer. Bone Puppetry is the majestic equipment piece here. Necromancer equipment arm piece that blocks for 2, has Blade Break. When this defends, you may return an ally from the graveyard to the arena. If you do, at the beginning of the end phase, destroy it and discard your hand. So, this does not feel like a gravy card. This feels like a hint at when we're going to get another Necromancer. So, I think this is a tentative, low stale that could be really important, right, going forward. And next we have Carrion Crown, which is the headpiece. This is the rare cycle of equipment for Necromancer. This is a 2-block headpiece, Blade Break. Good stats there. Action, discard an ally, destroy this, draw a card, go again. So, this seems pretty good. I'm trying to think of... It's interesting, for sure, because... I think that, sometimes they want to already have the gold with the crown. Crown of Providence is pretty good already. This is I think, a fine option. I doubt that this is going to be a really important piece in Classic Constructed, but I could be wrong. This seems like a really good Sage card, but I'm going to give this a stale. Certainly got some good stuff going on with it. Next, we have Mournful Casket. This is the chess piece. It has 1 block, Temper. If an ally has been put into your graveyard this turn, this gets +1. I don't think we're going to be getting rid of Dead Threads anytime soon. So this is, unfortunately, I think, like a high rotten for Classic Constructed. And then Reach Beyond the Grave is the arm piece. It's this will have to do a lot better than Bone Puppetry and the Hook to really be something we're interested in, but it is 1 block, Battle Worn. Action, destroy this. Return an ally card from your graveyard to your hand, then discard a card. Like I said, I just think the slot is pretty much taken care of right now. But probably a high rotten, low stale for Classic Constructed. And then we got Scuttletoes, which I love that name, which is the leg piece, blocks 0. It has Arcane Barrier 1, and then an instant, pay 2, destroy this. Untap, target ally you control. Destroy it at the beginning of the end phase. I kind of like this one, actually. You know, what are we playing in Gravy these days? Mage Master Boots, a lot of the time. This is, I think, a good sideboard card. It has the AB, and you can attack with something again, to kind of like close out a game. I think that's pretty good as well. So I'm going to say this is like a sideboard, high stale, low fresh. I like this card a lot, actually. So we're not batting too bad. We're batting at least 2,500 for Classic Constructed on these, but pretty interesting. Next card, I'm not going to say the whole name. I think there was an unfortunate issue with, some cultural differences that doesn't really resonate here in the States, or resonates here in the States, but it didn't reach across to New Zealand. But this is Boo, and Boo is a majestic pirate necromancer action ally. It's a yellow. It's at majestic. It costs 1. It attacks for 2 and has 2 health. It has action, tap it to attack. And if this is untapped, it gets Spell Void too. So this is something I know that a lot of Gravy players have been looking for. And I think because of that, this is probably like a sideboard fresh. Just unfortunate on the naming, but we'll move past that and go to Bubba Lubba Run Aground. This one's pretty wild as well. This is another majestic yellow 3-cost pirate necromancer action ally. Attacks for 1, has 5 health. It enters the arena with a +1 counter. It has also, I didn't mention, Boo has Watery Grave. This has Watery Grave too. This has 2 different actions. The first one is pay 1 resource to attack and tap it. And then the other one is remove a +1 counter from an ally you control, destroy an aura token, go again. So you can do both, right? You don't need to be untapped to do the second one, which is nice. So I like this. There's a couple other +1 counter allies that exist already. And, being able to, this is not even like a once per turn. Like if you have multiple +1 counters on your dudes out on the field, I think that you can really clear up some stuff. This is pretty good against fealty tokens, rune chants, etc. This seems like another sideboard fresh, to be honest. And the 5 health is no slouch either, so I like this one quite a bit. After that, we have Beneath the Surface. Reminds me of one of my favorite Dawes songs. This is a yellow 2-cost pirate necromancer defense reaction that blocks 5. It's at rare. Nice. Watery Grave. While this is defending, when it's put into your graveyard from the arena, turn it face down. So it having Watery Grave has, some implications with Gravy's ability. 2 for 5 at yellow. I kind of like. I mean, I'm a sucker for defense reactions. So we're going to say that this is a fresh. I think this is a pretty good card. I mean, clearly it's a rare, so it's going to really excel in Silver Age, but I think this has the legs for Classic Constructed as well. Now onto the commons. We have Man Overboard. This comes in all 3 colors. A Pirate Necromancer attack action card that attacks for 3, 2, and 1, depending on the color. It is I'm going to read the red. It's a 0 cost, 3 attack, 3 block. When this attacks, you may discard an ally. If you do, this gets +1 and go again. Yeah, I think this is, pretty good. It's not replacing itself, but, when you're discarding an ally, you're not really down a card. So this can oftentimes be a 0 for 4 with go again. I think I'm blanking on the name, but the one from High Seas was like you can destroy it from the top of your deck. And this you have a lot more control over. So I guess like the blue's pretty good. Even like you need the blue to activate your Watery Grave stuff. A nice 0 for 2 with go again to like start things off. Not too bad either. So I like this. I think this is like a low fresh. I don't know how much room the deck has, but I could see this sneaking in there. And then next we have Tentacular Toll. This is a weird one. This is a common that comes in all 3 colors. And it is, I'm going to read the red here. It costs 0. It's a Pirate Necromancer non-attack action that blocks for 3. And then you can turn up to 3, 2, or 1 ally cards, depending on the color, in your graveyard face down. So the red is 3. Then create that many gold tokens, go again. I'm not sold on this one per se, because do you want to be turning your allies face down? I mean, it's a main resource for your deck. I mean, sure, you get the gold. Maybe the blue I could see to kind of just get some like emergency gold generation and then turn on Watery Grave. That could be something that's useful. I mean, maybe like a 1 of the red. Towards the end of the game, you're just like, I need to create a bunch of gold so I can just dig through my deck and do the big splashy thing that Gravy does a lot of times. But other than that, I think this is pretty much a low stale, bordering on rotten, but I'd love to be proven wrong on this. Now moving into some, this is not talented, but dual classed cards. I guess we were just doing some dual class cards too, Pirate Necromancer. But this is Sky Warden number 161803. This is a rare. It's a yellow 0 cost Pirate Mechanologist attack action card. Attacks for 3 and blocks for 2. Little cute guy in the artwork here. It has Galvanize, and when this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +1 defense. If a golden cog is destroyed this way, create a gold token. I think that Puffin wants this. I think that creating more gold, getting rid, cycling your useless golden cogs is pretty important. And yeah, I like this. I think this is probably a solid fresh. Just kind of like a really good buttery card to play. And whatever, it's a 0 for 3 if you need to attack with it. So yeah, I like this card. Next we have Pirate Ranger attack action, arrow attack. Okay, so this is Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. So this is a harpoon, so that is useful to know. It's a yellow that costs 2. It attacks for 5 and blocks for 3. And if you've activated a cannon this turn, this gets, when this hits a hero, destroy a card in their arsenal. If you do, create a gold token. This is a rare also. Yeah, this seems pretty good. We've seen how good Marlin can be. And this seems like a really good harpoon for that deck. And it's yellow, so there's some other synergies there. I would say, I mean, this is pretty close to a fresh to death, if I had to guess, right? I mean, they made it rare for for Silver Age, which is pretty cool. But this is, I am hard pressed to imagine this isn't an auto include in Marlin. So I'm going to say fresh to death on Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. The name could use some work, but that's okay. Next, we're going into the actual pirate stuff, like straight up pirate. This is Gloves of Azure Waves. This is a pirate equipment arm piece at Majestic that blocks for 0. It has Arcane Barrier 1, and then it has High Tide. If there are 2 or more blue cards in your pitch zone, this gets +3 and Blade Break. 2 blues in your pitch zone on your opponent's turn. If you're paying into AB, I could see that. So I guess this is like kind of a sideboard card. I mean, what's it the best into, right? Like, I guess it's just Runeblade for the most part. I would assume so. Maybe that is good enough. I'm gonna say like a sideboard stale right now. I could be just missing something here. And not thinking about how you're getting consistently 2 blues in your pitch zone on your opponent's turn, but I guess we'll see. So yeah, I think like a sideboard stale. Trench of Watery Depths is one of the first few cards we saw. This is a rare pirate equipment chess piece that blocks for 1 with Blade Break. When this defends, you may pitch a blue from your graveyard. Pretty cool. You gain 3 resources. So, yeah, there's some cool stuff you could do here. I mean, that is one way to get a blue into your into your pitch zone on your opponent's turn, but I don't think this is for Classic Constructed. I don't know about all that. So I think that this is probably like a low stale in CC. But cool card. And then we have Cheating Scoundrel, which this card, it would have been nice for Betsy or Olympia. This is Cheating Scoundrel. This is a Majestic pirate action, non-attack action that blocks for 3. It's a red 0 cost. The next attack action card you play this turn gets +3 and wagers with the defending hero. The winner creates a gold token. The next time you would lose a wager this turn, instead you may discard a card. If you do, you win the wager. I mean, this is like good, like gold generation, I guess. Like, I mean, that's kind of like the point here. I mean, maybe I think that, you know, I guess this is like pretty good in Marlin. I like this in Marlin, right? You're getting more evasion with Marlin. So you want to buff up. Like it's nice to be able to play really synergistic buffs in Marlin rather than just your classic Ranger buffs. So for that reason, I think this is a pretty solid fresh. And you get the gold generation, which is important. And yeah, Cheating Scoundrel. Olympia is crying. Next, we have Break Open the Chest, which is a rare. It's yellow cost 1, or yes, a yellow 1 cost pirate non-attack action that blocks for 3. Turn all cards in all arsenals face up. Then if there's a face up yellow card in any arsenal, create 2 gold tokens, go again. I mean, if you're flipping your own yellow, sure, I think. But I am not really sold on this as a classic constructed card. I just don't like. It's cute. I think it's definitely cute. This is like a stale, maybe a low stale in classic constructed. But if you're like really gold hungry, maybe you're gonna try to force this and flip your yellows. But you know, I'm not sold on this one. Now we're into the commons. We got Lighten the Load. Samwise said that to Frodo, right? This is a common. Comes in all 3 colors, and it is a pirate attack action card, and it attacks. It's 0 cost, and it attacks for 4, 3, or 2 based on the color. And when this attacks, and also blocks for 2. When this attacks, you may discard a card or destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets go again. Yeah, if you're starving for 0 for 4 with go agains, I could see this being something maybe, but golly, there's the synergy's not really there with Mechanologist, and then it's not really there with Marlin so much because you don't get the draw, and then I guess like there's some synergy with Gravy, so maybe they want like a more streamlined aggro Gravy. I am gonna give this like a low stale, like it's stale because it's still like it could be a 0 for 4 with go again. I just don't think the synergy's really there. I think Scurv wants to play this in Silver Age, but we're talking about CC, so I'm gonna give this low stale, or just like a regular stale, I think. Next we have Submerge, another common, comes in all 3 colors. This is a 0 cost, 6 attack, 6/5 or 4 attack, pirate attack action card that blocks 3, and it says as an additional cost to play this, put a card from your hand into your deck 5th from the top. So a 0 for 6, like in the sense of like E-Strike, right? It's a worse E-Strike by 1 point of damage. I don't really. Yeah, I think that this is just not for Classic Constructed either. So I'm gonna give this one maybe a low stale, because like it is kind of tempting, right? You see that 0 for 6. That's also like a popper, so it's interesting. Now we're getting into the Monarch talents. Ooh boy! Now we have Herald of Victoria. This is a yellow, of course, 2 cost light illusionist attack action card, that rare, that attacks for 7 and blocks for 3. It has Phantasm, of course, and has instant. Discard this until end of turn. Attack action cards your opponents control get -1 while attacking and defending. Yeah, this one's like really good. That instant effect is very annoying. Oh man, I think this is gonna be. I think this is gonna be like a fresh to death. Unfortunately, right? That seems like really good. It's a yellow Herald, right? That you can tech 2 for 7. Great. All right, good stats. And then the instant's like, oh, nice popper. It's not a popper anymore. So, yeah, Herald of Victoria, I have to give a fresh to death. Very sadly. Very sadly. And then we have Roaring Beam, which is a yellow 0 cost light warrior attack reaction that blocks 3. And it says, create a courage token. If there are no cards in your soul, return this to its owner's hand, then charge your soul. Yeah, they are trying to make charge not as bad as it is. And I think this is pretty good, right? You get to create the courage token and then charge. So like you can do this without having charged already to like activate your hero ability with Bolton, get something in soul. I like this, right? Like even if you're attacking with the one that would get go again if you charged, and you say, hey, I'm not charging, and then you go, okay, Roaring Beam, return it to hand, and throw this into soul. You do need to have no cards in your soul, but I think this is pretty easy to play around. Then you get the courage token for either the next attack or a future turn. So I like this. I'm gonna say like a low fresh. I'm not like super stoked on it, but I can see the vision here. Now we have a Soulforge Gauntlet. This is a light equipment arm piece at Majestic that blocks 1 and has AB1. And when the combat chain closes, if this defended, put it into your soul. Yeah, I think this is a good sideboard card if you need the AB, right? Like, this is just certainly better than any kind of like null rune. So I think that this is easily a sideboard fresh, and you're going to be pretty happy with it. I'm assuming that both light heroes are interested in it, and we're probably getting some more light heroes coming up. So yeah, I like Soulforge Gauntlet like as a sideboard fresh. And then we have Soul Ray Plating, which is a rare light equipment chest piece that blocks for 1 with Blade Break. If you would be dealt damage, you may banish a card from your soul to prevent 1 of that damage. If you do, destroy this at the beginning of the end phase. There's just better options for light heroes right now. This is a Silver Age card, so I think this is like low stale. I think it's fine, right? Like you can maybe like block for 2 over 2 different sources, and it costs a card from Soul though. Not super stoked on that. Next is Blessing of Bologna, which is a yellow 0 cost Majestic light non-attack action aura that blocks 3. It has Go Again, and whenever a card is put into your soul, create a Courage token. At the start of your turn, put this into your soul. I'm not sure on the ruling of this, but I'm hoping that this would create a Courage token itself at the start of your next turn. But if you can create off of this, I think what you would probably want to create 3 Courage tokens for this to feel good. How often does that happen? I'm gonna say I think you can make it happen. This is a weird one. I'm gonna go on the optimistic side and say this is like a low fresh. I think this could do the thing. But what about Blessing of Themis? I think that's right. Blessing of Themis is a yellow 0 cost light non-attack action aura at rare that blocks for 3. It has Go Again, and when this enters the arena, name a card. Turn all cards with that name in banished zones face down. Whenever a card with that name is banished while this is in the arena, turn that card face down. At the start of your turn, put this into your soul. I don't hate this one as a sideboard card, right? Like there's some, Shadow Heroes hate to see this one coming for sure. And then also, I think that like the Earth Heroes hate to see this coming too. Like I think you can turn Jarl off pretty easily. Verdance might not be a problem for much longer, but it can really throw Verdance off her game a little bit maybe. This is like a sideboard high stale, I think. For Classic Constructed, but neat card. Next we got Duty Bound Blitz. This is a common, so it's coming in all 3 colors. It is a 0 cost light attack action card that attacks for 5, 4, and 3. Play this only if a yellow card has been put into your soul this turn and has Go Again. Also blocks for 2. Yeah, this one feels pretty good. 0 for 5 with Go Again. You can turn this one on pretty easily. This feels like a really solid fresh for Bolton. Right? We're really trying to push this Raiden thing. Charge with the yellow. Charge a yellow card. Do the thing. I mean, it works with the, what did we say earlier? The Roaring Beam. That's pretty nice. So, big fan of this, actually. I think that this will be in Bolton decks going forward. And next we have Soul Bond Belief, which is a common 0 cost light attack action card that blocks for 3 and attacks for 3, 2, and 1. And when this attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, put it into your soul, and this gets +1. It's interesting, right? It has that nice little combo with Duty Bound Blitz. You can go Soulbound Belief, get the yellow from the top of your deck into Soul, then go Duty Bound Blitz, and then you still haven't charged though, so you can't like Raiden after that. So it's not that good, right? You would have to take that card from Soul to give this go again. I'm gonna say this is like a low stale, possibly rotten. It's just not on par with the rest of what we've seen. Let's get over to the Shadow cards though. Pound of Flesh. Oh, just like Scowling's podcast. This is a blue 0 cost Shadow Brute non-attack action that blocks for 3. Each hero banishes a card from their hand. Each hero who didn't banish a card with 6 or more this way loses 1 life. Go again. I like this. I think this is a really good blue in Levia. It's basically discard a card, and then if this gives you a reason to play Shadow Pete again. I'm all for this. And you can play Deep Rooted Evil. Yeah, this card's really cool. This card's really cool, and it shuts off your Blood Debt. I'm going to give this a pretty high fresh. I'm hesitant to give it a like fresh to death, but it is close. I think this card's going to be pretty important in the deck. And then going on over to Deep Recesses of Existence. This is a blue 4 cost Shadow Runeblade attack action card. Comes at rare. It attacks for 6, blocks for 3, has Blood Debt, Rune Gate, and when the combat chain closes, you may banish this face down. If you do, for each hero who has lost life this turn, banish a card from their graveyard. Okay, I like this, right? Because it's a pretty good blue Rune Gate, first of all. And second of all, you can get one of your other Rune Gates that you've already attacked with back into the banish zone. Obviously, you can't chain it. That would be too good. If you just go Deep Recess, banish Deep Recess, blah, 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 blah. I like this card. This one feels like almost like a fresh to death, to be honest. This seems like a really important blue for that deck. So Vincent's already kind of on the cusp. I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared of this one. So, yeah, I think I'm going to give this one a fresh to death. This is an interesting set because some of these like rares feel like fresh to death, which is interesting. Next, we have Vestige of Flagellation, I think. This is a majestic Shadow Equipment chess piece that blocks for 2, has Blade Break. And the first time an opponent would gain life each turn, instead, you lose that much and create that many Vigor tokens. This one's weird, right? Because it's a net same amount of life, right? So like if your opponent's playing a Sigil, like do they still play it? Like it feels bad to play the Sigils in their deck now, right? Or whatever other life gain. And if they do that, this is also really good against Verdance, by the way. They're going to lose the life instead. Or you're going to lose the life. They're not going to lose the life. You're going to lose the life, and you're going to get a bunch of Vigor tokens. So I think it makes it interesting. I think if we're in a meta where there's a lot of Sigils running around or a decent amount of life gain, I think Vestige is super sick. And I'm actually a big fan of it. I think it's still like a sideboard low fresh probably, but this could be really important in the future. So keep an eye on this one. Next we have Embra Forged Gauntlet. This one looks so sick. This is a rare Shadow Equipment arm piece that blocks for 2 with Temper, and it has Blood Debt. If this would be put into your graveyard from anyway, instead banish it. So I like this for one deck and one deck only, and that is Hexagore. It's Levia. I mean, obviously Hexagore Levia, right? I think that this is a good way to get some extra block and then also like get some like ease of getting some Blood Debt cards into your banish zone. And then if you're like focusing on like the the bigger transformation, not the Plasma Fett, but Leviah Redeemed. I think that this is pretty good. Is it good? Is it better than like Goliath Gauntlet or Apex Bonebreakers? I'm not sure. I'm gonna say this is like a tentative low stale. I like this card though. Next we have Embalm, which is pretty much. I mean, this is definitely the best art. If I say anything's better than this, write in the comments because I'm wrong, because this is the best art. This is a yellow 0-cost majestic shadow non-attack action that blocks for 3. You may play this from your banish zone. If you do, it gets go again. This also has Blood Debt, by the way. Put an attack action card with Blood Debt from your graveyard on the bottom of your deck. So, interesting. Why do we want to do this? I think like cycling really good RuneGate cards is good. This is also a shadow non-attack action, so you can activate Vincett's ability with this. And then, there's some uses for Leviah, but I think this feels more like a Vincett card, or possibly just, another chain card if we get a new chain. It's a really unique card. And I'm going to say that this is a build around low fresh for now. But I'm going to get my playset because I think this is going to be important at some point. Really interesting. Engulfing Shadows is a yellow 0-cost shadow defense reaction that blocks 4. And it's 0. It costs 0. And it's a rare. If this will be put into your graveyard from anywhere, instead banish it. This is Blood Debt. This is another card that feels great for the Hexagore deck. I'm kind of seeing the pieces come together. Is this great? I don't know. It's still a 0-for-4 D-React. I think maybe this is like a fresh. I'm going to give this a fresh. I think this is going to see a decent amount of play in future metas once Mandible Claw leaves, for sure. Into the commons here, we have Depths of Despair. That's where I live. This is comes in all 3 colors. It's a 3-cost, 7 attack, 3 block shadow attack action card. And it attacks for 7, 6, and 5. But when this defends, banish it from the combat chain. When the combat chain closes, it has Blood Debt. So the yellow and the red are good for Leviah. I think I'm looking at the yellow here, right? I'm more into this for Leviah, right? Turns off the Blood Debt. Oh, when this defends, never mind. It's not when it attacks. Okay. Changed my mind. Not when it attacks. Is this good? I'm gonna say I think that Leviah has plenty of good 6s and 7s. So I'm gonna say no. This is not good enough in Classic Constructed, and we're gonna say stale. I think it's intriguing, but I don't know. I'm going to say low stale, actually, on this one. Next, we got Fasting Carcass. This one's a wild one. This comes in all 3 colors. It's a 0-cost shadow non-attack action that blocks for 3. And it says the next red, yellow, or blue, based on the color you're playing, attack action card, you play this turn, gets go again. This has go again, and it has Blood Debt. So it's a pseudo shadow puppetry. Maybe Vincett wants to play this. I mean, like, Vincett does want to like go wide a little bit more and doesn't care about playing cards like this because you can just, you can just play this and activate the ability. Yeah, this is like a high stale, maybe. This is actually, we're going to say stale on this because I just don't trust this card, to be honest. But that's okay. All right, let's go check out some Aria stuff. Now, if it works, there we go. Seeds of Strength is Elemental Guardian non-attack action at rare that blocks for 3. It costs 2. It's a red. It says, create 3 might tokens. If an earth card was pitched to play this, instead create 4 might tokens. Okay. I would say, as it stands in Classic Constructed, we're not going to be doing this. Maybe if Florin was around, you can do this like for 2 for 5 might tokens, pretty good. But I am going to say that this is kind of low stale in Constructed as it is right now. Classic Constructed, I should say. And Arc Bending, I'm going to read it, but we don't have a legal Elemental Ranger action. I'm not even going to give it a rating, but this is a red 1 cost, 5 attack, 3 block, Elemental Ranger attack action arrow. It has Lightning Bond. If a lightning card was pitched to play this, this gets go again. When this attacks, if a lightning or elemental attack would deal damage to this combat chain, it deals that much damage plus 1. I imagine we're getting some replacement for Lexi at some point, but this is a Silver Age card. As it stands, this is a tentative card. And another card that we don't have a legal... There's going to be a few. I'm going to read them, but we don't really have ratings for them. Verdant Tide is Elemental Runeblade, non-attack action that blocks 2 at rare. It's red, costs 1. Earth Bond, if an Earth card was pitched to play this, create an embodiment of Earth token, as go again until end of turn. If you create 1 or more Elemental or Runeblade aura tokens, instead that create that many plus 1 of those each of those tokens. Right? No Elemental Runeblades legal for now in Classic Constructed. But kind of neat. Now, we do have an Elemental Wizard. So Voltic Veil is a red 1 cost Elemental Wizard instant at rare. Prevent the next 4 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. It has a Lightning Bond. If a lightning card was pitched to play this, deal 1 arcane damage to all opposing heroes. So, I like this in Acilio, right? So, it's a nice little oasis that's going to deal some damage. And I think there are versions of Acilio that want to kind of play defensive instead of for combo. And because of that, I got to give this like a low fresh, I think. I like this card. This is pretty cool. I like, it's like a 1 for 5 value, most of the time. And that's good. Moving on to Elemental Strike. This is an Elemental act. This is a Majestic. So this is a red 0 cost, 5 attack, 3 block Elemental attack action card. As an additional cost to play this, banish a card from your hand. If it's Earth, this gets +2. Lightning, this gets go again. Ice, this gets dominate. We don't have to worry about ice in Classic Constructed right now. But Earth, 0 for 7 for Verdance, or I guess we do have some ice. I'm sorry. We have Jarl. So, I don't know. So Jarl can do this for a 0 for 7 dominate. I am not in love with that. Lightning, Acilio can do 0 for 5. Go again. Not the worst. I think this is probably... I don't know. This is probably around a low fresh, maybe. I think it's fine, but we'll see. We'll see as we get more elemental heroes, which we know we're getting more this year. Next, we have Colors of Aria, which is a red 3 cost, 7 attack, 3 block, rare elemental attack action card. While this is face up in any zone, it's earth, ice, and lightning. So, okay, it's a nice little combo with the elemental strike. If you're playing both these cards, yeah, elemental strike's pretty good. So I guess, right? I think that's how it works. But you can use this to fuse anything, and also it turns on all the bonds. Is that good enough? I do not know. This is clearly good in Starvo, but we don't really have to worry about that. I'm going to say stale. Let's say stale. We got Frosthaven Sheath, which is a this is a red 1 cost elemental defense reaction that blocks for 5. If an ice card was pitched to play this, create a frostbite token under the attacking hero's control. Actually, I think Jarl might like this, right? If you're on Ice Jarl, like, it's nice to get some easy ways to get the frostbites on there. This is going to block 5 and disrupt their turn. I actually think this is like a solid fresh. I like this card a lot. Now, what about the Earth one, though? Earth one is 11. I guess they're all going to have the same stats. Red, 1 cost, 5 block, elemental defense reactions. The Earth one here, Levin Sheath, or Levin Sheath, is if an Earth card was pitched to play this, create an embodiment of Earth token. I don't like this one as much. Like, yeah, this could be like a 1 for 6 in a way, if not more on that turn, but it's just not. It's not doing what the Frosthaven was doing, in terms of like the disruption. So I'm lower on this one, like a stale. And then finally, Stormwind Sheath, same stats. If a lightning card, it has lightning bond. If a lightning card was pitched to play this, create an embodiment of lightning token. I could see, actually, I could see Acilio, much like the Voltic Veil. I could see Acilio wanting to play this. And like, there's definitely a world where the new Aurora is going to want to play it too. So this one I'm like a low fresh, but I like this one. I think there's a lot of potential here. 1 for 5 D-React that can give you the embodiment is pretty good, I think. So yeah, in order, the Ice one was the best, followed by Stormwind, which is the lightning, and then after that is the Earth, which is okay. And then we have another cycle here, the Laden with Earth. This is another common. This is a 1 cost red elemental non-attack action that blocks for 2. Your next attack this turn gets +3 as Earth Bond. If an Earth card was pitched to play this, create an embodiment of Earth token, go again. I don't think we're really doing this in Classic Constructed. I think this one's like rotten, basically. But we'll see what the other ones. Laden with Frost is the Ice one. Same stats. 1 cost, 2 block. Gives the next attack this turn +3. But you can create a Frostbite. Like I said, I think Frostbites are just kind of at a premium. And I still don't think Jarl's going to be playing this. So this one's like a stale, I would say. But I might be a little bit higher on Laden with Lightning, which is, same stats, yada, yada, yada. Lightning Bond, if a lightning card was pitched to play this, create an embodiment of lightning token. So it's basically saying 1 for 3, your next attack gets go again. That's pretty good, actually, I think. I am a little bit higher on this. I still don't like the 2 block, but I could see this like being as high as like a low fresh, but it might be just a high stale right now. We have some Florian cards. And I'll read it. This is Chorus of Rotwood, this is a 1-cost red earth runeblade non-attack action at rare, blocks for 2, has decompose, and if you do decompose, you create an embodiment of earth token, and then this also says create 3 rune chants. This would have been pretty good, but he's no longer legal in Classic Constructed. So moving on, we have Sowing Thorns, which is a red 0 cost earth wizard non-attack action at rare that blocks for 3. It says gain 1, and then also has decompose. You may banish 2 earth cards and an action card from your graveyard. That's decompose. If you do, you may search your deck for an earth aura with cost less than the life you've gained this turn. Reveal it, then shuffle and put it on top. This seems good. It has decompose. You're gaining a life. It will turn on your waning moon, and you can tutor. I think all of those together make a pretty solid card. Verdance won't be around for a lot longer, but I do think that this is at least a fresh. I know that people will be trying this card out. They have to, right? The tutor alone is quite good. I mean, what are you grabbing? There's some good auras. I think Ring of Roses is probably is that an aura or an item? I think it's an aura. So like you're probably grabbing something like that. And yeah, you're going to cook. So yeah, I think like a solid fresh on Sowing Thorns. Next we have Crown of Everbloom, which is a majestic earth equipment headpiece that blocks for 0, has Arcane Barrier 2, and it has instant destroy this, put a card from your arsenal on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw a card and create a Spellbane Aegis token. Yeah, I think this is pretty good, right? You got the AB2, right? So this is going in against Wizard. And then in a pinch, if you need to get, clear your arsenal, draw a card, you could still get the Spellbane Aegis to prevent a damage coming up anyway. I think this is like a sideboard fresh. I think this is a pretty good card. Will it see a ton of play is a good question, but I think maybe Jarl will want to play it a little bit. Verdance in the mirror wants to play this, I'm sure. And yeah, I like this card. This is a nice sideboard fresh. And then we have Limbs of Lignum Vitae, which is Earth Equipment Arms, blocks for 1, Blade Break. If there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banish zone, this gets +1. I think that we have better. This is maybe not. This will kind of replace the Gauntlet with Verdance. It's not going to be played in Jarl, but this might be like borderline playable, I think. Maybe like a high stale. It's not the worst. Nice 2-block arms. Although, sometimes the Stonewall Gauntlets are going to do the same amount. But yeah, I do like it. We'll give it a high stale. And then we have Channel the Skybreaker, which is a yellow 2-cost Earth non-attack action aura that blocks 3. It has Go Again. And when this enters the arena, and at the beginning of your action phase, create 2 might tokens. And then it has Channel Earth. So at the beginning of your end phase, put a flow counter and destroy it unless you put an Earth card from your pit zone on the bottom of your deck for each flow counter on it. So the turn you play it, you're going to get 2 might tokens. And the next turn, you're going to definitely get 2 might tokens. If you can keep it around for another turn, you're going to get 4 might tokens total. This feels better in Florian, right? I don't think Verdance is going to do this, and I don't think Jarl's going to do it. So for that reason, I'm going to have to say like stale, like maybe low stale for this. But Florian was going to eat with this. But I'd keep an eye on the channel cards, all of them. They all tend to like show up and be important sometimes, for sure. Next we got Oath of Oak. Comes in 3 colors. This is a common. No, I skipped one. Sorry. We have Doubling Season, which is this a Reprint? I don't remember. Anyway, I'll read it anyway because I don't think I ever reviewed it anyway because it would have been from a different printing. So this is a red 3-cost rare earth attack action that blocks for 3 and attacks for 0. When this is face up in any zone, if it would gain attack, instead it gains that much +1. This is kind of for Terra, I think. Maybe the might token thing. It has synergies with Channel Mount Heroic. It's like definitely a big kind of like OTK kind of thing, I feel like, right? Because the might tokens are giving +2. So I think there's also a card coming up that's good with it. I don't think it's going to see play in Classic Constructed for a bit. I think this is more of a Silver Age thing. Next we have Oath of Oak. That's what I said before. This comes in all 3 colors. This is a common. And it is a 0-cost Earth non-attack action that blocks for 2. And you create 3, 2, or 1 embodiment of Earth tokens. I don't think we're really trying to do this in Classic Constructed. It could be really good. It can definitely, prevent a lot of damage. But there's just other cards that are giving us embodiment of Earth already and doing other things. So I'm going to give this a rotten for Classic Constructed. And then we have Sprout of Strength, which does work with doubling season quite well, much like might tokens. But this is another common, comes in all 3 colors. It's a 0-cost. This is Sprout Strength. This is a 0-cost Earth non-attack action that blocks for 2. And it says your next attack this turn gets +1, and then it says that 2 more times. But the blue is only once, the yellow is twice. This has go again. So this could be a 0 for 6 on a doubling season, but outside of that, it's not really that good. So if you're playing doubling season, it's going to play well. If you're not, this is not really it. So I think maybe like Lexi with Amplifying Arrow. I think this is good as well, but we're not in that realm right now. So I'm gonna say, well, this is Earth action. Lexi's not even a Earth Ranger, so not sure why I said that, but that's okay. It's getting late. We've been recording for a minute, so I'm gonna give this one like a low stale. I can see the potential. I understand what's going on here, but it's not exactly what we're looking for. Moving on to the ice stuff, we have the Monolith of Galcia. This is a blue 3-cost rare Ice Guardian non-attack action that blocks for 2. Choose 1 or more. Destroy target frozen ally, frozen aura, frozen equipment, or frozen item. So you're going to need to freeze things. And I'm sure we're going to get some of that, but that needs to be a priority. I imagine this will be better as we get another ice set, because I think freezing is going to be more important. So for now, I think this is kind of rotten. I don't think you're always going to do this in Classic Constructed. And then Frostspike is a Ice Wizard instant that we don't have an Ice Wizard in Classic Constructed right now, but I'll read it real quick. It's a blue 0-cost Ice Wizard instant at rare. Create a Frostbite token in an exposed head, chest, arms, or leg zone. Should be interesting when we get the Icelander reprint. We have Crown of Frozen Thoughts is the ice equipment majestic headpiece that blocks for 2 with Blade Break. When this defends, freeze the attacking hero until the start of their next turn. So the abilities of them cannot be activated. I could see a world where this is important. Like a sideboard, like high, stale, low, fresh. Coronet Peak, I think, is still a pretty important piece too. But this could definitely shut down certain heroes. So, Gravy, not so much because they can respond, but like they won't they'll untap, I guess, but they won't be able to do it again until the next turn. You know, you do this against a KO. That one's not so good. I mean, RKO is very good to do this too, but they can respond to that as well. So I gotta think of actually good heroes to do this against. Maybe like a Katsu. How about that? Katsu is pretty good. You just send this, and they're like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to go dig for what I need. Sideboard high stale, maybe. Shattering Grasp is a ice equipment arms at rare. It blocks for 1. Has battle worn. Destroy this. Destroy target frozen ally. Go again. Maybe sideboard stale. I think you're just gonna have to deal with the allies in a different kind of way. You're gonna have to freeze them first of all, and we got to work on how to do that. I'm sure we're gonna see some of that coming up. Channel Ice Lock Glaze is a blue 0 cost majestic ice non-attack action aura that blocks for 3. It's a channel. Go again. Cards in opponents' arsenals are frozen while they control a frostbite or a frozen permanent. And then it has channel ice. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Like if you're really trying to lock people out, I mean, this will lock some arsenals out, right? This is really good against like a ranger for sure. And you just have to be able to continue to give the frostbite, which Jarl, I mean, because we're only on Jarl right now, so Jarl can do it at a certain point in the game. He pitches these for late game, and then you can kind of like say, hey, there's a certain card that you're not going to be able to use for a couple turns now. So that being said, maybe it's like a high stale, low fresh. I don't know. It's interesting. Not the best channel, that's for sure. Next, we have channel Galsha's Cradle. This is a blue, 0 cost, 2 block ice non-attack action aura. It is a channel, so it has channel ice. And when this enters the arena and at the start of your turn, freeze target ally, aura, item, or equipment while this is in the arena. So this is the thing you're going to try to do with the monolith of Galshia, with the Shattering Grasp. So is it worth it? It's cute. It's definitely cute. You can blow up equipment is very good. So I'm going to say maybe like this is like a sideboard low fresh. Because like I don't want to discredit what this represents in terms of like with the monolith. So we're going to say sideboard low fresh. It's got potential. On to the commons of the ice stuff. We have Conquer the Icy Terrain. This is a 3 cost, 7, 6, or 5 attack with 2 block ice attack action card. And when this hits a hero, they may pay 2. If they don't, you may destroy a frozen card in their arsenal or a frozen non-hero permanent they control. So more frozen stuff. Like support here. This feels like a Silver Age gimmick. I mean, this is just, it has no real evasion. I mean, it is tough. Like, it is a nice break point at 7. But I think that this is all hinging on the Galsha stuff. So I'm going to just leave it with however those are going to be, which right now I think is kind of stale. And going on to Put on Ice, which is more support for this, but this is a 1 cost, comes in all 3 colors. Ice non-attack action that blocks for 2. It says freeze up to 3, 2, or 1 target allies until the start of your next turn. If this was played from Arsenal, draw a card. Go again. I think this is actually a pretty solid sideboard card. I like it as I think it as a red. I think you could really like do some damage with this as a red, and maybe the blue as well. I mean, the blue would have killed an Icelander, but that's for Silver Age for now. But I think this is like a sideboard fresh. I think that allies are going to continue to be a real thing in this game. So with that being said, this will be good at times, which is what the sideboard's for. And moving on to Lightning, which we only have one Lightning hero, and that's Acilio. So we'll be judging this based on that. And the first one is not for Acilio, it's for Aurora or Briar. This is Sigil of Voltaris. Is a blue 0-cost Lightning Runeblade instant aura. When this enters or leaves the arena, deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. We can't play this yet, but we will be able to soon. And that being said, we don't really know what Aurora's new hero ability is, so I can't really comment. Revisit this one, folks. Strike Twice is the Lightning Wizard non-attack action at rare that blocks for 3. It costs 1, it's a red. Deal 3 arcane damage to any target. If you've dealt arcane damage to an opposing hero this turn, you may play this as though it were an instant. Yeah, I like this. This is pretty good. A 1 for 3 instant. Like, you really want to kind of chain stuff together. So that being said, it's kind of interesting. There is that one generic, not generic, but wizard sigil that this combos with pretty easily. I think that this is probably like a low fresh. I don't know if you're jamming it into that deck, but I see the potential here. I like it. Why not? Seems good to me. Buff it with Volzar. You're cooking. Next we got Stormweaver's Aegis, which is a lightning equipment chess piece at Majestic that blocks for 0, has AB1. Has instant, destroy this until end of turn. Instant cards you own get instant, discard this to prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Okay. This one's interesting because Acilio kind of needs the one resource from your Tunic or your Knocker for the combo. So this kind of makes the combo not so good, but this also will help prevent those really bad all instant hands when you need to be defensive. That being said, maybe it's like a sideboard stale. I just don't think Acilio is going to get the full use of this. I think other lightning heroes will eventually. So keep an eye on that one. Next is Voltic Vanguard. This is a lightning equipment headpiece at rare that blocks for 0 and has instant, destroy this, prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Activate this only if you've played an instant card this turn. I think it's close, but you're doing you're bouncing with the other headpiece in Acilio already, and I think that ends up being pretty good. But I could see, this is prevent 2. I'm going to give this an optimistic low fresh. I think that it might be playable. It could make the cut, depending on a meta. And it looks really cool too. It reminds me of an 80s sci-fi novel, sci-fi fantasy novel cover. Check that one out. Next, we got Astravolt Elemental, which is a 0-cost lightning attack action card at Majestic that attacks for 3 and blocks for 3. And when this attacks, you may discard an instant card. If you do, draw a card and create an embodiment of lightning token. So this doesn't have go again on its own. So you ideally want to have already given it go again. Discard an instant card. If you do, draw a card and create an embodiment of lightning token. I mean, it's good. It is good. I'm going to say that this is like a low fresh and definitely will be better when we have more lightning heroes in the game again. I think that it's the ability itself is good enough. So it's like a low fresh right now. It could end up being like a fresh to death at some point. You're just like, oh, got to play full play set of this as in my reds. So stay tuned on that one. Ion Charged is a lightning instant at yellow. It costs 0. It's rare. Until end of turn, lightning and elemental attacks get +1 while they have go again. This is a little too narrow and probably a little bit better in like Silver Age. So I'm going to just give this kind of a rotten. I see the potential here. You can kind of just give the +1 like across the board, but that's like a lot of go again that you're going to need to make that really worth it, I think. Right? You want to make this at least 3 points of damage to make it feel really good. It's not impossible, but that is a lot of work, especially in a Acilio where, you know, you're kind of manipulating action points sometimes, so it's not always what you want to do, and you're focusing on the combo. We have Overcharge, which is a common, so it comes in all 3 colors. It's a red one. The red is a 1 cost, 1 attack, lightning attack action card that blocks for 3. If you played an instant card this chain link, this gets +3, 2, or 1 based on the color, and it has go again. I think this is just okay. I don't think this is really making a splash in Acilio. So I think this is like maybe a low stale, possibly a rotten, because this is just not exactly like what we need in that deck right now. And then we have the, not reprint, but like expansion of the colors of Cloud Cover. This is a lightning instant. It comes in all 3 colors at common. 0 cost that says the next time you'll be dealt damage this turn, prevent 3, 2, or 1 of that damage. I like this in Acilio because, you know, it is an instant. So you can kind of cycle it if you need to, and then also be defensive at times. But it's probably like a high stale. I don't think this is like really what we needed in that deck, but it exists. So there's that. All right, moving on to Haboob. What a weird one. This one is, we're into the Draconic. This one is not relevant for Constructed, Classic Constructed for another year at least. And this is a red 0 cost Draconic Illusionist attack. Draconic Illusionist non-attack action aura. The blocks for 3. Says go again at the start of each turn. Put a storm counter on it. And then destroy it unless you destroy an ash you control for each storm counter on it. Attack action cards get -1 while attacking or defending. Nice little tool. Definitely going to be relevant at some point. And card that is relevant now, maybe, is Inflame the Firebrand. This is a red, obviously, 0 cost, Draconic Ninja attack action card that attacks for 2 and blocks for 3. When this attacks, if you control 2 or more Draconic chain links, this gets go again. 3 or more, your attacks are Draconic this combat chain, and 4 or more, this gets +4. I think you want to go to the 4, and that's the toughest thing. But I think maybe Syndra can do it, like on certain turns. But I don't know. This might not be as good as some of the other cards we're going to see, but this is definitely interesting. I think that it's fine, but it takes a lot of work, right? The 4 is tough, right? Because weapon attack maybe, and then Phoenix Flame for 5, and then another attack, and then this, sure. But I think if you're hitting the 4th, I think you might want to be doing a Rupture card. So maybe this is like a high stale, to be honest. We'll see. This one's interesting. Next we have Smoldering Steel, which is a red 0 cost. Draconic Warrior attack reaction. Some Fang love here. That blocks 3. Target dagger attack gets +1. And when this hits a hero, deal 1 damage to them. While this is in your graveyard, if 1 or more Frostbite tokens would be created under your control, instead you may banish this. So, I like this. I think this is probably a sideboard card for a meta that we are not in yet. So, it's currently, it will end up being a sideboard fresh, probably, for Fang. It just makes sense, right? I think that being able to like prevent a Frostbite for Fang is huge. So I just imagine this going to be good. And, you know, because Frostbites are going to continue to be an issue for Fang as we get more Ice Heroes. So keep an eye out for that one. Next we have a Dynastic Diadem, I think. This is a Draconic Equipment headpiece at Majestic that blocks 1, has Temper. Fealty tokens you control can't be destroyed by opponent's effects. If you control 3 or more fealty tokens, this gets +1. And this is a really good Fang card. And I think this is a Fang fresh. I think it has to be. We've seen a lot of cards that are destroying aura tokens, and that is a real problem for Fang. I think they saw that they were doing that, and they were like, well, what about Fang? Because Fang can't even be a deck if every deck can just destroy the fealties. So this being a nice, 2-block when you're online and still keep it around, I think that this is worth it. So this is a fresh for Fang only, probably. Next we have Smoldering Scales. This is a Draconic Equipment chess piece at rare that blocks for 2 with Guardwell. If 1 or more Frostbite tokens will be created under your control, instead you may destroy this. This I'm not as high on as the Smoldering Steel. For Classic Constructed, I think this makes a lot of sense in Silver Age. But 2-block, I could see it. I mean, it's a fine replacement for Grains. I think it will get the job done. So yeah, this might be a sideboard low fresh for Fang mostly. I don't think about this for Syndra really. I don't think Syndra is going to be much of a problem for much longer, and then Phi I don't think is going to be much of a problem for much longer. So I'm gonna say sideboard low fresh. And now we have Art of the Phoenix War. This is a red 1-cost Draconic instant at Majestic. As an additional cost to play this, discard a Phoenix Flame. Draconic attack action cards you control get +1 this turn. Draw 2 cards. Hey, they want Fang. They want Fang to LL, I think. And this card's going to do it. I mean, this is an Art of War replacement for that deck. It is a little bit more narrow. You need to be able to get the Phoenix Flame efficiently into your hand, or you're just playing extra Phoenix Flames in the deck. So you got to park this in Arsenal and wait. There's a world where you can just get your Phoenix Flame early on turn 0. If you see this in your hand, you just say, all right, you're passing. Let me go grab the Phoenix Flame. I'm going to start the game with Art of the Phoenix War and a Phoenix Flame. Pretty good. So this is a fresh to death, I think. No doubt. Be ready for this one, folks. You're going to see it a lot. And I do think you're going to see this one too. Fire that Burns Within, a red 1-cost rare Draconic attack action card that attacks for 2, blocks for 2, and when this attacks, you may discard a Phoenix Flame. If you do, draw a card, and this gets +2. And this also has Go Again. I think that this is a perfect 5 card. This is a very, very high fresh. I mean, it just goes right into the deck. they said, we're sorry, Fi fans. We haven't really given you, you're due in a minute. This is going to help. And these past 2 cards have been a huge boon for him. So, yeah, high fresh for Fire That Burns Within. Next we have 4 Feathers, 1 Crown, which is a red 0 cost common draconic attack action card that attacks for 2, blocks for 3, and when this attacks, it gets +1 for each card with Phoenix Bannerman in its name in your graveyard. So we're going to see the Phoenix Bannermans in a second. So at max, this could be like big. The Bannermans are legendary, so we'll talk about them in a second. So there's 4 of them. So this could be a 0 for 6. That's okay. I think the Rupture card's probably a little bit better, right? Lava Burst, like on average, but we'll see what the Bannermans do. So let's see. Phoenix Bannerman Head, red, 0 cost, 3 block, draconic non-attack action, legendary. You can only have 1. Search your deck for a Phoenix Flame, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Create a Ponder token. Go again. Okay. I'm going to read all of them. Chest is the same text, except you create a Vigor token. Arms, same text, except you create a Might token. And legs, same text, you create an Agility token. Okay. I will say that interesting. So like there's a certain, like, I like being able to go get your Phoenix Flame and also get some stuff. The agility is really kind of redundant in Fi. Like, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking about Fi mostly. 4 Feathers, 1 Crown. So if you have all 4 of these in there and you're attacking for a 0 for 6, it is pretty good. I don't think this is what we want to do in Fi, right? I think that you want to be able to put pressure every turn, a high amount of pressure. And this is kind of like a setup thing, but I don't think it's a good enough setup thing for Classic Constructed. So I'm going to give them like a stale, maybe a build around high stale. Like I know, I see the vision. It makes sense. The payoff is just okay though, right? So that's where I'm at with it. Although it's not a really, high cost to put these in the deck. It means 4 cards, right? And then like it's 7 cards total to do the Phoenix Bannerman thing, which is fine. You can get the 4 Feathers with, I guess you can get it with Mask of the Pouncing Link, I believe. So that is also not for nothing. So maybe you do play it. Maybe it's a build around like Low Fresh. I've talked myself into it. Now I'm going to read all the Mystic cards just for sake of saying that I did, but I think we're quite a ways away from having Mystic cards in the game again for Classic Constructed. I wouldn't love to be proven wrong, but I think they need to get into the tool shop or the workshop and work on that. But for the sake of just reading them, we have Serpent's Kiss, which is a blue 0 cost Mystic Assassin attack action card with stealth that attacks for 1, blocks for 3. When this attacks, create a Fang Strike or Slither in your hand. If you've transcended this turn, instead create both. When this hits a hero, look at the top 2 cards of their deck, banish one of them. This seems really good and will be good in the next edition of New. I'm not going to say how good because we don't know what the next edition of New is going to be. But look out for this card in Silver Age. Look out for all these cards in Silver Age. Wax and Wane is a blue 0 cost Mystic Illusionist instant. Choose one or both. Put a +1 counter on target blue aura you control. Put a +1 counter on target aura with ward you control. If you choose both, search your deck for an inner chi, reveal it, shuffle, then put it on top of your deck. Gonna be good. Shapeless Form is a blue 0-cost Mystic Ninja attack action card with 1 attack, 2 block. Whenever you play an attack action card with Ephemeral, choose a name, it gets the chosen name, go again. Also seems good. I'm so happy that these heroes aren't in Classic Constructed right now. Rippling Wave is a Mystic Equipment arm piece that blocks for 3 with Blade Break. It has Cloaked, and it has instant pay 3 resources, or pay 3 chi. Turn this face up. You may return a defending blue attack action card to its owner's hand. Very good. Kimono of Layered Lessons is Mystic Equipment Chest, block 1. It has Cloaked. At the start of your turn, destroy this, and then it has instant pay 3 chi, turn this face up, put a +1 counter on this. Nice. That one's not as good, but it's also a rare. Whispering Mist, blue, 0-cost, Mystic Instant at Majestic. Until end of turn, blue attacks and attacks with Ephemeral, get +1. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Ooh. Recede the Mist form, blue, Mystic Instant with the cost X. Choose X equipment with Cloaked you have equipped, turn them face down. Oh, that's kind of neat. You can kind of recycle your Cloak stuff. And then Fluid Motion, blue, 0-cost, Mystic attack action card that attacks for 2, blocks for 3. If you created a card this turn, this gets go again. Neat. Manifest Muscle. That's what I'm doing at the gym, folks. This is a blue, 3-cost, 5 attack, 3 block Mystic attack action card at common. If you create a card this turn, this gets +1. Not so good. Although I guess it could be a popper. Whew. Mistborn Protector. We're getting there, folks. Mistborn Protector, blue, 0-cost, Mystic Defense reaction, 2 block. While this is defending, if you created a card this turn, this gets +1. These are a little bit on the lower power side, obviously for Silver Age, and also we don't need the next Mystic heroes to be insane again, do we? Maybe. Billowing Mist, blue, 0-cost, Mystic, non-attack action that blocks for 2. Your next attack this turn gets +1. Next time you would create a card with Ephemeral this turn, instead, create that many +1. Go again. The Tiger stuff seems pretty good, though. Look Within, blue, 0-cost, Mystic attack action card, non-attack action card, that blocks for 3. Search your deck for a chi, reveal it, shuffle it, put it on top. Go again. And finally, in the Mystic, which we have still some time, I hope, before we actually have to deal with it in Classic Constructed again. Spreading Mist, blue, 0-cost, Mystic and non-attack action, blocks for 2. Next attack this turn gets go again. The next time you create a card with Ephemeral, create that many +1, go again. All right. Let's talk about some Chaos cards. Havoc Wrap. Chaos is legal in Classic Constructed right now. And we'll see if these cards are any good. So Havoc Wrap is the Majestic Chaos Equipment chess piece that blocks for 1 with Battle Worn. Action, tap it, go again. If this is tapped, cards cost 1 less to play. This doesn't untap during the end phase, and this gets, at the start of your turn, destroy this. Okay. So it's all the cards, your opponents included, will also cost 1 less. Interesting. So I think in some matchups this is pretty good, right? Like if your opponent isn't paying, like if they're on Cheerios, right? This could be like kind of one-sided for you. I'm assuming this is both sides, and then you destroy it. But that's okay. I think if you get like 2 resources out of that, I think this is well worth it. Like you can easily get 3. So I'm gonna give this a fresh. And maybe it's more sideboard, but I think that maybe this could be pretty good in both Slippy and Marionette. So we'll see. I like the design though. And it'd be cool if it doesn't matter. If this is tapped, This doesn't untap during the end phase, and this gets... Yeah, so if you untap it, it doesn't matter. Okay. Topsy-Turvy. This is a rare Chaos Equipment headpiece that blocks for 0, has a B1. Instant destroy this until end of turn if one or more cards would be put on top of a deck. Instead, they're put on the bottom. As it would have been good against, the Potion of Deja Vu Kano thing. And it is not a thing anymore, really. So until it is again, I'm going to banish this to the very low stale realm. Kind of neat, though. Tome of Pandemonium. Tome, they printed more of these. This is a yellow 1-cost chaos non-attack action that blocks for 2. Banish the top card of each hero's deck. You may play them this turn. Go again. Whoa. That's really cool. I mean, most likely you're going to be able to play 1.5, I would assume, on average with this, right? Because you're going to need some go again, right? So hopefully yours has go again, and then you can play the other one. But if you flip 2 non-go again cards, you're going to have to choose the better of the 2. But I think this card's awesome. I think this is like a really high fresh. Maybe this could be a fresh to death. This card is potent. I'm liking it. This card's awesome. Doesn't feel as too much of a downside, right? Or is it just me? All right, next we have Descend into Madness, which is usually what happens in these set reviews to me when I get to this far into it. This is a blue 0-cost chaos attack reaction that blocks for 3 at rare. Banish a random card from the defending hero's hand, then they draw a card. I like this. It's a good blue, right? That, it's nice to like, sometimes you'll make their hand better, and sometimes you'll make them a lot worse. Oftentimes, if they're not blocking with the card, they wanted to keep it. So, I think this could be really potent. I think this is like a very solid fresh. I'm not going to give it like a fresh to death because I think there's moments when this is going to backfire, and like it's going to feel weird if they like aren't blocking because like they have gas no matter what. But it's still blue that blocks 3. I'm going to say solid fresh. It could be up to a fresh to death almost. Next we have Concoct Disorder, which is a common, so it comes in all 3 colors. I'm going to read the red. It costs 1. It attacks for 4, 3, or 2. Chaos, attack action card that blocks for 3. When this attacks, each hero puts the top card of their deck face down into their arsenal. If 2 or more cards are put into arsenals this way, this gets go again. A 1 for 4 go again, where you would pseudo each draw a card. I don't love this one, but it is chaos. So maybe I have to be a little optimistic about it. I'm going to say a high stale, right? Because you can put something in their arsenal that they don't want there, and you could also get something in your arsenal that you really want there. So there is that. The only thing I don't really like about it is it feels like it doesn't really... It's like kind of a nombo with like Codex FRLT. Like for your opponent, like you're not going to be able to force them to like discard. So there's that. But I like this. I'm going to say high stale. The chaos stuff is cool. Next we have hyperinflation, which we're experiencing now in the world's economy. This is a common that comes in all 3 colors. It's a red 0-cost chaos attack action card that attacks for 4, 3, or 2, blocks for 3. When this attacks, cards cost 1 more to play this turn. Go again. 0 for 4, go again, where your stuff's going to cost more. When is this good? Into something like Riptide, So, which is a tough matchup. So I think maybe you run this in the sideboard. This could be like a sideboard high stale, maybe a high sideboard like low fresh. You know, you're running a decent amount of blues because you got daggers and stuff in both Slippy and Marionette. So, yeah, I think it's a sideboard card. I don't think you can play this against everything because it's just going to be a negative against you. And like it has to be, you have to be hurting the opponent just as much. And like, you know, decks with a lot of D-reacts and stuff like that are going to be that target. So it is a 0 for 4 with Go Again. Although it's kind of a 1 for 4 with Go Again, but you're paying for it later. Could be like a 2 for 4 with Go Again that you're paying for later. But I still like it. I still like this card. Yeah, sideboard, like low fresh, high stale. All right, now let's get to some more recent hero buffs. The Super Slam buffs. Starting with Tough as a Rock. This is a blue, 3-cost, rare, Revered Brute attack action card that blocks for 3 and has a star for the attack. If you have less life than each other hero, this card's base attack is 6. Otherwise, it is 0. If you have less life than each other hero. So, this is clearly a rock card for Tough Nut. And I think like oftentimes you're still going to get the 6 and be able to get the toughness token, which is good. Otherwise, it's still blue and will swing the rock when you need it. I think this is a solid fresh. Is that deck ever going to be good? I'm not sure, but if it is, this card's in it. So take that as you will. It is exciting. This one also has, I think, a playmat, which is really cool. What about Energy of the Audience? This is a yellow 3-cost, 6 attack, 3 block, rare, Revered Guardian attack action card. If you have less life than each other hero, this gets +1 for each aura of suspense you control. This one feels less playable. I mean, if you have a bunch of auras of suspense, like when does this feel better than like even just like a Wounded Bull? It's a yellow. I think if it was a 3 for 8, so if you have 2 out, it's going to feel okay, but I don't know. I think the on hits are more important in in Pleiades from what I've seen. So we'll see. We'll see. I think this is probably a stale, just a better card for Silver Age. Glory Plate is the revered chest equipment at Majestic. Blocks for 0, has guard well, but it gets +1 for each toughness token that has left the arena this turn. I like this one a lot for Tough Nut. For Pleiades, I'm not sure. That's a little bit tougher because I don't know if you're really going to get a wide variety of numbers of toughness tokens, but with Tough Nut, right, you kind of want to block with it in sequence, right? If you want to get multiple blocks out of this, sure, you can also block with, like, if you have a bunch of toughness tokens leave, you can block for one big time. But I like the idea of timing it, like, okay, I had one toughness token leave this turn, I'll block with it this turn to kind of like maybe block a Kodachi or something like that. And then next time I create 2 toughness tokens, okay, now I know that I can do another block on this Glory Plate, and then 3, and then 4. So I think if you can get like 3 block, I think if you get 3 block over 3 attacks, or even 3 block in one clip, this could be okay. But this is more of a club nut card than it is a rock card. So we'll say like a build around low fresh. I think there's potential here. There is potential. And then we got Comeback Kicks, which is a revered equipment leg piece, has 1 block, has battle worn. Whenever the crowd cheers you, you may, if you have less life than each other hero, you may destroy this. If you do, gain 1 action point. I think that this is pretty serviceable and can actually do some serious work, at least in a sideboard, almost like with the bearskin leathers kind of role where maybe you do the scab skin when you need the extra block, but if you need to like really go wide against someone, I think the Comeback Kicks can really do it. And for that reason, I think it's like a sideboard-ish fresh. I like this card a lot. Comeback Kicks is awesome. By the Book is a blue 0 cost revered non-attack action aura. It's a majestic that blocks for 2. If you have less life than each other hero, you may play this as if it were an instant. Heroes can't draw cards during their action phase. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. So this could like destroy a Blood Rush spell a turn. This can destroy a like, you know, you can blank a like a Snatch or something like that. This one's weird. It is a blue, so you can jam it into, you know, the rock deck, but I think maybe Pleiades might be able to do it a little bit better. I'm interested about this one. I think it's a neat card. If we go into a meta where I'm expecting a lot of Blood Rush Bellows, I think I'm packing these for sure, which is fine. And for that reason, it's like a sideboard low fresh. Like what it does is like brutal. So yeah, By the Book, interesting card. Next we have Emboldened by the Crowd. This is a yellow 3 cost revered defense reaction that blocks for 6. If you've been cheered this turn, this costs 3 less to play. So actually, funny enough, it depicts Tough Nut, but I think this is probably a better Pleiades card, but it is a good Pleiades card. This could easily be a 0 for 6 defense reaction, which is pretty good. I mean, it's like a little carrion husk on a stick, right? So, that being said, I mean, I think Tough Nut, there's a world where Tough Nut could do it, right? You know, you could take a turn off to activate Tough Nut on your turn. There are certain cards that you can play in Tough Nut that will cheer on your turn. I think it was a Crowd Goes Wild, I think is what I'm thinking of. So I think this is a fresh card. Better for Pleiades, but not terrible in like Club Nut versions of Tough Nut. Now, Hulk Up is a rare. I'm going to look at specifically one color of this. This comes in all 3 colors, and it's a 4 attack, or it's a 4 cost, attacks for 8, 7, or 6. The blue is a 6. Revered attack action card that blocks for 2. If you have less life than each other hero, this costs 1 less to play. We're looking at this because it's another blue 6 for Tough Nut Rock. I don't think Pleiades is playing this, but this is the blue is a very solid fresh for Tough Nut. So, you know, and the yellow is pretty decent too, right? Like if you're on the Club Nut side of things, but that's more Silver Age. But yeah, blue Hulk Up, I think goes in almost every version of Tough Nut. It's just good resources off the top, and you know, if you have to attack with it later, you can. So yeah, big fan of this. I'm happy that they're giving us a little bit more blue 6s, at least for Tough Nut. And then the other common is Stadium Security. This comes in all 3 colors. It costs 3, attacks for 7, 6, and 5. It blocks for 2. It's a revered attack action card. While this is in your arsenal, if you've controlled a toughness token this turn, this gets Ambush. Not quite. The 2 block is just not quite where we want to be. I love Ambush, but this doesn't seem good enough. Maybe the yellow sees some sort of play. Like, it doesn't feel bad to Arsenal that, but if anything, I'll say that the yellow is like a high stale where the rest is like a low stale, if that makes sense. Like, I could see the yellow creeping into some tough nut decks. And definitely no Pleiades decks. So there is that. Let's get into the reviled side of things. You got Chain of Brutality, which is a red 0 cost reviled brute attack action card that comes at rare, attacks for 2, blocks for 3. If this has 6 or more attack, it gets go again, and when this hits a hero, the next attack action card you play this turn has 6 base. Okay, so what do we do with this card? We attack with it, we activate RKO, we hope it hits, and then send like a Mocking Blow after for like 10 if it's the red, right? And if you're at higher life. I like this card a lot. I think this is it's tough. It's like a must block, which I do like. And you can still get it go again, which is fine. So, all that being said, I think it's like a solid fresh because sometimes the follow-up after is not going to be good if it doesn't hit, right? So, I think that there will be turns and certain matchups where this will be amazing, but for the most part, it's just a solid fresh and a great addition to the deck. Next, we have Walk in My Shoes, which is a yellow 0 cost, 3 attack, 3 block, reviled guardian attack action card at rare. If this has attack rarer than its base, it gets +1. Okay, classic. Crush. When this deals 4 more damage to a hero until the end of their next turn, the base attack and defensive attack action cards they control are halved, rounded up. So you turn your opponent's cards into the Lyeth ability. So I think that is good. I think like this is these kind of crush yellow cards that we saw a lot of in Super Slam are what Lyeth wants to play. This is a pretty brutal tax. And till the end of their next turn, right? So let's think about this. So the clap back of this is going to be a pretty weak turn because all the attacks can be halved. The defense won't matter unless it's got go again, but that's okay. I think that is, I think that's going to be a pretty solid card. I think this is like a low. This is like a fresh. I think Lyeth likes these cards, so more options for it. I'm not really super like versed in Lyeth. I've only played against Lyeth, so I would say this is a solidly fresh card. I think that it's going to be okay. Next, we have Two-Face. This is the majestic reviled equipment headpiece that blocks for 1, has Blade Break. When this defends, the attacking hero draws a card, then look at their hand and choose a card. They discard the chosen card. Interesting, right? You know, you're basically getting to force them to get rid of their best card, right? And you replace it with a worse card. So this is a Lyeth card specifically. It's definitely not better than Scowling Fleshbag. I don't know if it's good enough for Lyeth, but it has the 1 base, so like it's not that big of a deal. Although I think Arcanite Skullcap tends to be the better option for Lyeth. But this could be just totally fine. I mean, it's disruptive. I like that. So I'm going to give this like a tentative fresh. I would have to have the Lyeth players tune in on this one for sure. Next, we have Line Crossers. This one's really interesting. This is a reviled equipment arm piece that blocks for 1 at rare. If you have the same health as a hero, it also counts as you having more than them and them having less than you. So, and it has Blade Break. So this is pretty interesting for RKO specifically, who has a lot of the boo cards. I mean, so does Lyeth, but like I think RKO is more on that train, right? So you get to play this in certain matchups where like you're turn 0 and you want to get a boo off right away. I think that's a really, really good thing. Yeah, it only blocks 1, but once you get your life lead, that's when you cash this in. Or once you get like a solid life lead, you cash this in, and then you're on the boo train at that point. I think this is like a sideboard fresh. I think this card is good. Obviously really good for Silver Age, but like this is kind of a really techie card for RKO. So definitely keep that in mind. I like this card. It's like a sideboard, maybe like low fresh, but it might end up being just like the de facto card you play. Now we have the reviled version of the, what was it called? By the Book. Now we have Leave Them Speechless. Sorry. This is a blue 0 cost majestic reviled non-attack action aura that blocks for 2. If you have more life than the other hero, you may play this as though it were an instant. When this enters the arena, name a card. The named card can't be played from hand while this is in the arena. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. This is a pretty cool card. This is a good blue, first of all, because there are a lot of decks that are pretty easy to kind of read what they're trying to do. But there are some decks where this will just shut them down, right? You play this against Acilio. Acilio's crying, right? Any kind of combo deck, if there is a certain card that could kill you, like that like it will blow you out, you can play this out. I think that this is like a really good sideboard fresh. Could be even like a sideboard fresh to death based on like how bad it can blow up some decks. I like this a lot. Yeah, you wanna shut off some combos, and I think that you can also like we're in a world with a lot of clash, so you can get some information on what's coming up. You can say boom, this, that, and the other thing. It's kind of interesting. Even if you were playing two-faced, you can take a look. You know what's in their hand. I like this quite a bit. Leave Them Speechless is, I think, a really good sideboard card. And another card I like is Snarky Prick, which is a fun name. This is a red 0 cost reviled attack action card at rare. The attacks for 1, blocks for 3. When this attacks a hero, look at the top card of their deck. If it's red, destroy it, and this gets +4. I like a card, like this is a red Mocking Blow where you don't need to be at higher life for either hero. I think that it's better in RKO, I think, but like also, actually, I think it's probably the same. It's just as good as red Mocking Blow is in either deck. So that being said, I mean, yeah, sure. Some decks, I mean, there's a risk, right? It definitely feels very risky, but that's okay. I mean, you get some information. You can use Leave Them Speechless after that, stuff like that. I think this is a solid fresh, to be honest. That's my initial impression, and I'm interested to see if I'm correct because I like this card a lot. Next, we have Insult to Injury. I'm going to just go to the blue because I think it's the best version. This is a common. Insult to Injury is a common reviled attack action card that attacks for 3, 2, or 1, depending on the color, and it costs 0, and it blocks for 3. And when this attacks a hero, if you have more life than them, this gets go again. I think this is a no-brainer blue to play in RKO. I don't really see this kind of really doing stuff in Lyeth so much, but in RKO, this is a blue, so you like the blues because you can activate RKO's ability with it. But if you're up on life, you send this, your opponent's like, do I block 6? This is like gets into the Azuri mindset. Do I block 6 here in case they activate? And then, but you have something else coming down the pipes. So I think Insult to Injury I'm going to call this a high fresh, the blue. So look out for this card. I think that this is going to be a mainstay in RKO going forward because it is spicy. And then the last talented card is Bad Breath. Whew. This is a reviled non-attack action at common. Excuse me. Maybe I have bad breath. It costs 0 and it comes in all 3 colors. It blocks for 2. It says intimidate target hero. And then it says the next time an attack you control hits this turn, create 3, 2, or 1 might tokens, not might mokens. And it has go again. At the end, the intimidate's cool, right? I'm gonna take a sip of my tea real quick, but I think I think that this is probably not good enough. I don't know. I don't like that it blocks 2. In Lyeth, that's gonna block for 1, and then yeah, like you gotta really want the might tokens, which there certainly are some versions of these decks that do. I just don't think they're the good version. So I'm gonna give this one like a really low stale. It might even be rotten. It might be just bad breath, honestly. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But we have some reprints coming up here. Balance of Justice reprint. I'm sure you all know about that. Crown of Providence reprint. Final Spring Tunic reprint. Stonewall Gauntlet reprint. Quick Dodge Flexors reprint. So got some really good reprints coming in the legendary slot. All generic. Very important for new players. Very good to see them. They're as good as they'll ever be. And yeah, we do have some new cards though. How about Helm of Safe Haven? This is a generic, majestic equipment headpiece. Blocks for 2 with Blade Break. When this defends, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an attack action card, add it to this chain link as a defending card and discard a card. This is interesting. I could see why you do this. I mean, like, it seems a little cheeky. Maybe like Tough Nut wants to play this, but like still, like it could be like a Tough Nut sideboard card, right? So you always want to play the Scouting Fleshbag if the opponent's going to go wide whatsoever. But I could see this in Tough Nut coming in for tall decks, just to be like, I'm blocking with my whole hand, and now I'll block with this, and we'll get something else added onto there, which is fine. So it's like maybe a sideboard stale. I want to see this in action because the discarded card is brutal. So we'll see. We have Merkel here, Helm, which is generic head piece at rare that blocks for 1 with temper. If you control a gold, this gets +1. Okay. Action, pay 2, destroy this the next time you would draw a card from a gold this turn. Instead, draw 2 cards. You know what? Maybe like Scurv and Silver Age, but I think that this is not. It's just like another gold, right? Like essentially. So I'm gonna say this is kind of like a really low stale. I think we have better options here. Next is Burnished Bunker Plate. Love that name. It's a generic chest equipment at rare. Blocks for 0. Defense reaction. Destroy this. You may add an action card, from your arsenal to the active chain link as a defending card. We saw this with Bunkerbeard, I think. Like something similar. That doesn't see a lot of play. This, I doubt we'll see any play. This is a rotten, I think. Unyielding Grip. This is a Blade Break card that blocks for 0. It's a generic equipment arm piece. If you have no cards in hand, this gets +3. We just have better options. This is a rotten as well. These are just some more rare pieces for Silver Age. And then Unflinching Foothold. This is a battle-worn 1-block leg piece, a generic for rare. Instant, destroy this target attack, loses and can't gain dominate. As good as that is, I don't think it's good enough for Classic Constructed. It is a rotten. We got 3 more reprints. Good old Command and Conquer. Excuse me. Enlightened Strike and Shelter from the Storm. 3 really good reprints, all legendary. So get them while you can, folks, I guess. I mean, it's good to see. Rockyard Rodeo is a new card, though. This is a blue 3-cost generic attack action card that blocks for 2. It's at Majestic and has a star. And the card's attack is equal to the highest base attack of weapons you control. Oh, hey, look, it is another rock card, right? So this is a 7 if you're playing rock. So another blue 6 in the deck. Is the deck good enough? I don't know. The 2-block is whatever, but you'd still play this no matter what. So because of that, it is a fresh. You add it to the deck no matter what for the rock deck. Good to see. And also check out Boosting Spend Dog's video that he put out to spoil this one. It was fun. High Current Currency is a blue 0-cost generic non-attack action that blocks for 3 at Majestic. Remove all energy counters from target non-hero permanent and opponent controls. Create that many gold tokens. I kind of like this. Kind of like it, right? I think Tunic is energy counters, right? So you can take away 2 energy counters from the Tunic. Obviously, if they have 3, they can just remove them. But and get 2 gold tokens? Doesn't sound too bad, right? I'm not sure. I kind of like that. It's like, but it doesn't have go again or anything like that. But this is a weird one. Somebody's gonna use this, and it's gonna look awesome on stream. So I'm gonna give it a build around low fresh for now. Clearwater Elixir. We're gonna have a couple elixirs coming up here. It's all going to be the same stats. It looks like it's a red 1-cost generic non-attack action that blocks 3. It's a rare. Your next attack this turn gets +3. You may destroy a Blood Rot Pox token you control if you do gain a life. And this has go again. And then the Rest Vine is the same thing, except you can destroy an Inertia token. And then the Sapwood is the same thing, and you can destroy a Frailty token. These are pretty narrow. Right? If I'm a Riptide player, right? If somebody plays this against me, props to them. You got me. I just think they're a little too narrow to be played. So it's like a sideboard low stale, if anything, all 3 of these. I mean, maybe if the Frailty is that devastating to you, I could see you playing the Sapwood, but for the most part, I don't think this is good enough. Or I'm just doing a psyop. Who knows? Ransack and Raise is a blue generic non-attack action that blocks for 3. It costs X. It says destroy target landmark with cost X. Create X gold tokens. Go again. Not very... I mean, I guess... Sure. Kill the library. This is kind of neat. I guess it's like a sideboard stale then. Right? Yeah, whatever. You know. Yeah, actually, you know what? Library is worth. If library is really a problem, put this in your sideboard because that's the only really playable one. I would say. Cool card though. Destructive Tendencies is a blue 0-cost generic instant at rare. It says choose one or both. Remove all counters from target item token. Remove all counters from target aura token. Item token and aura token. They counters? What am I missing for that? I guess you can remove it from cogs, like hyperdrivers and stuff like that. Okay. I guess so. That makes sense. A little narrow, I would say. I don't know if it's worth throwing in the deck. I'm going to say like sideboard, like low stale for destructive tendencies. And then we have Pilfer the Tomb, which is a similar style of card. It's a blue 0-cost generic instant at rare. Choose one or both. Banish target instant from an opposing hero's graveyard. Banish target yellow card from an opposing hero's graveyard. The yellow part is good, right? Right, you can get some allies out of Gravy's nonsense. What other? I guess there's a couple other yellows out there, but like this is really I feel like a Gravy hate card, which is like worth it. Like honestly, pretty fair. Get rid of them. Like that is a main resource. It's like another mini deck for them. So this might be like a sideboard high stale. I could see myself packing a few of these, but we'll see. And then one more rare here before one little batch of commons. Shatter Sorcery is a blue 0-cost generic instant at rare that says choose one or both, destroy target aura permanent with sigil in its name, and then prevent the next one arcane damage that would be dealt to target hero this turn. Yeah, this is probably okay for, like, I guess the Acilio. I mean, like, the Acilio wants the sigils to leave anyway, but I guess sometimes, yeah, I'm not sure. This feels maybe not good enough, but maybe I'm missing something. I mean, you can get like the new sigils that pop to opt, but that doesn't seem to be something that we need to worry about right now. Unless I'm missing something. I don't really see it. This might be like a sideboard like rotten, but that could definitely scale up based on the meta and new cards. So wait and see on that one. And then finally, Drag Down. This comes in all three colors. It's a generic defense reaction that defends for 0 and it costs 0. And when this defends an attack, it gets -3, 2, or 1. Kind of a fun little D-react to play in Silver Age mostly. Although, right, it could do some serious work against some decks, maybe. We'll see. I think this is mostly a Silver Age card. And yeah, other than that, we got a bunch of marvels of some young heroes. I'm not going to talk about those, but that is the set review. Thank you for listening. Hopefully you all tuned in for the whole time. If not, that's okay too. Clearly, Compendium of Rathe is very Silver Age focused. I don't think we're seeing any huge shakeups in Classic Constructed. Some decks definitely got more fleshed out. Some decks got replacement cards for power cards that they lost. Right? I think I'm looking at Phi. I think Levia kind of got a couple things that make her kind of exciting to look at again. You know, thinking back to the beginning, I think Reinar's looking pretty good. I think that, you know, I think Warrior got some cool stuff. Teklo's a real deck probably now. Riptide's looking pretty cool. And we'll see what happens with like Wizard going forward. I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, I think Assassin got some cool stuff. Everybody got like cool stuff. Is it anything game breaking? I don't think so, which is cool. We got good reprints. We had a good time. I hope everybody did. But yeah, thanks for listening. You can all continue to find me on Blue Sky at freshbudspod. I have another podcast called Fresh Juice that I do with my cousin. Weekly, we talk about indie games. And we just reviewed this past week a kind of like a Souls-like Zelda game called Tearscape. It was pretty cool. Check that out. Felt like it was like for the Game Boy Color. And what else? Check out the Buds Discord and Patreon. If I do a Patreon episode this week, it's going to be a little bit late because my voice is about to give out. So I'm trying not to kill it yet, but I think maybe the night that this comes out, I'll have the Patreon episode out. And YouTube, give us the old like, comment, subscribe. If you listen on Spotify or whatever, I think you can rate it. That all helps. It's a great free way to support the show. And finally, talking about food at the end of the show. This week, Lady Fresh and I made like a kind of like a, I don't know, like a Puerto Rican shepherd's pie where the base was like we had like a chorizo and like, you know, peppers, onions, jalapenos, just like spicy stuff. I mean, I guess it's like kind of Mexican, but then instead of potatoes on top, we did like boiled plantains, and that was delicious. I guess that's where the more Puerto Rican thing kind of comes in there. And it was really good. So if anybody like likes plantains, they're amazing. So check them out. Stay fresh. I'll see you next week. Thanks again for listening. Oh, and we don't have time for Charmer.